Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the mini main event of the World Series of Poker Circuits. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, we've got a big one in store. It's going to be fast, it's going to be furious. 29 players remaining, all chasing that first prize of €111,600. Shuffle up and deal. Cards are in the air. Gladiators are ready. My name is Action Man Dan, your broadcaster for the duration of this event. Hope you are all very well on this Monday afternoon. Let's go. Small blind is 150k, big blind 300k with a 300k running big blind ante. That's 150, 300, 300. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, there are 29 players remaining now from a starting entry field size, a crazy number, 3,388. All players guaranteed just under €2,000 at the moment, €1,975. Bruno with 10 bigs in the hijack just wants to be shoving his queen jack suited, decides to go for a min raise. There are worse hands to try min raise with, but the problem with not shoving here is if we get shoved on, we have to call it off because we're just going to have a crazy amount of equity with a hand as strong as queen jack suited. It's one of the best crackers in the game for cracking those over pairs like aces and kings. And we have so much equity against hands like ace king. Bruno does just get the blinds and antes, adds 750 to his stack. You see how beneficial it is to take down the blinds and antes. He's adding 750 to a 300k stack, so adding 25% just by taking down that one uncontested. You're going to see a lot of raise and take it. A lot of players that are left in this field will not have played for this kind of money before. That is the beauty of a 250 buy-in. They have the opportunity to win over 100 grand. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth will all get a World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket worth 10 grand as well. And the glory that goes with winning a World Series of Poker ring. Apocalypse is in the house. And wherever you're tuning in from, welcome on the Action Army on Twitch. We're on YouTube. We've got great new content on there, new videos every week. We're on all the usual social media platforms. You know the drill by now. We've got a TikTok channel, King's Resort Official, on there. We've got some great new collections available in the merchandise store, and any other information you want about the resort itself, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Apocalypse says hope you're doing well, Dan. I actually managed to sleep last night. Yeah, it always takes me about 90 minutes minimum to unwind after commentating. Your brain is wired and fired. But once I did sleep, slept well, can't complain. I'm ready to go. Got my cold shower in, done some morning push-ups. We still can't get past 20. We'll get there. Jack 7-3 is the flop. Blind v blind battle. Team Hirschen with King 9 and Hendrik in the big blind with 8-5. I did see Maur Zaharaji, who is a King's Resort reg. He is your chip leader with 29 remaining, so keep an eye out for him because he is definitely one of the most accomplished players left in the field, and with a stack like that is able to run riot. It's only 56 big blinds, but it's 36% of all the chips in play at this feature table. We've got action here. Milan raising the minimum with pocket tens from under the gun +1. Could have just shoved 14 bigs, but I prefer to raise call with a hand as strong as tens. We want to keep hands in our min-raise folding range from early position. So this is good to have a balanced range, which is our goal in no limit hold'em tournaments. And Zaharaji, there is the man. Just lets the 7 deuce off suit go for 300k more. No harm. Milan picks up 750k, adding that to his stack now, playing 17 big blinds. And Lois, pocket fives from the hijack is going to min raise. And Bruno in the big blind with ace 6 off suit. And Bruno just has 10 big blinds behind, so this plays better as a rejam, the ace 6, the ace 7 and the ace 8. The offsuit combinations, especially from the hijack, decides to just fold. And I actually wouldn't have minded a straight up jam there from Lois with the fives, taking the move away from his opponents to rejam with hands like ace 6, ace 7, ace 8 off suit, all the broadways that can't call off but can rejam. I like his jumper though, the cat jumper, the rainbow kitten surprise. Saharaji raising on the button with ace-6 of diamonds, and Milan not even going to entertain the idea of defending with 7-6 suited. I think that's a mistake. Two connectors to see a flop for 300k more when we've 600k already invested. Darius in the big blind facing the cutoff open. Zaharaji staying very active as I predicted. Darius with a very rejammable king 10 here. Wants to be defending at the very least. Does rejam, and this is nice play from Darius. Some players might just fold in this spot or not even bother defending. It's a good rejam, especially against Zaharaji with all those chips. Green chips are 25k, by the way. White chips are 100k, and the pink chips are 500k each. A half a mil ball. Darius on the button, Jack 10 of diamonds. Min raises. Gets it through and adds 10% there or thereabouts to his stack. That's how much these blinds and antes are worth at the moment. Zaharaji with ace-6 of diamonds raises under the gun. Stratos says, morning all. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Thank you, Stratos. I hope you are well. Hope you're healing up nicely, sir. Team with 6 bigs here. Got a shove with Queen 10 on the button. Zaharaji not going to be able to call this with the Jack 3. Bogdan says, glad to hear it, mate. And I think both Dan and I had a decent weekend. Well, I did absolutely nothing, but you ended up in Paris. So, spoiler alert. Kiss asked, do we know the delay? This is as live can be. It's on a 30-minute delay, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Actually, Apocalypse, while I have you here, not that you're going anywhere, but if you see Hansen's try in slow motion, he did not ground the ball first. If you watch it in slow motion, it actually could have been ruled against Hansen, and it wouldn't have been a try, and it wouldn't have counted. I watched it a few times in slow motion this morning. It was on Twitter. I try not to be going near any social media, not to get distracted. There's enough platforms out there. Hendrick with the min with the ace three. I believe his elbow touched the grass before the ball was grounded, if you look, and then he slides it over. It was very clever by Hansen, and by no means am I going to give out about that, but it did look like it could be ruled no try. I don't know what happens if they go to a commission board or what. I think there's no way the match will be replayed, surely, but if it's not called in game, I don't think they just play again. Pulled all the way around to the cutoff. Oh, Hendrick. Hendrick is going to min raise with the pocket sixes. Milan with a very rejammable king queen off suit in the big blind. Looks like he's just going to call. Goes out flop the sixes. I'm not sure how much the small blind had here, but I think, yeah, it just depends what stacks were behind him. Zaharaji didn't want to just jam. Would be too much. I was going to say if he's on the button, he could just jam his sixes. Apocalypse UK, if you're going to continue to support Ireland in the way that you're supporting them, you're going to have to change your name. You're going to have to get rid of that UK. Just a suggestion. Excuse me. Milan betting one big blind. I don't like this either. Milan wants his opponent to continue. Just sticking out one big. He'd be delighted to take it down, but it's playing scared, isn't it? You want to let your opponent try to blow you off your hand, and we are very under-repped. A lot of King X are just going to rejam, cut off against big blind there. Octave says he was born and raised in England, but 3/4 Irish. Will get it third. You're worse than an American. Lowest with Ace king of diamonds under the gun. Octave says, to be fair as well, he's 3/4 Northern Irish, which is UK. I'll allow it. You're a keeper. Yes, the World Series of Poker Europe will be taking place from October 26th to November the 16th. There is 15 million guaranteed. I believe there's 15 bracelets up for grabs. So it is going to be quite the affair. Lowest raises to 700k with ace king suited. Fold all the way around to Darius in the big blind. Only two players under 10 bigs, Team and Bruno. Milan with 17, Lowe's with 21, Darius with 21, Hendrik with 26, and way out in front is Zahara playing 54 big blinds, which is good for 35% of all the chips in play at this feature table. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the World Series of Poker No Limit Hold'em mini main event. It's the circuit events. It's live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. There are still 29 players remaining. Team is all in, sub 10 bigs under the gun with Jack 10 suited. Zaharaji wanting a count. He's got ace king suited and hijack. Zaharaji just calling. Lowest in the big blind with king queen off suit. But the action in front of him, he's going to be forced to let this go. 6.2 million in the pot. Zaharaji with the opportunity to eliminate team. Team with 42% equity though, with his Jack 10 suited. Ace 8 deuce. And Zaharaji now 91% favorite. Team with some backdoors. And that is a big backdoor 9 of diamonds. He's got an open-ended straight flush draw now. Now has 10 outs as we hit the river. The river is the ace of diamonds. Team will double up. Runner flush for the Jack 10. Gets the job done. Just 9% equity on the flop. Turns into 100% equity on the river. Raji forced to pay the man. He'll be left with 13.5 million. And team now playing 6.15 mil. Giant Dad says, wow, Jack 10 best hand. It just shows like how much equity you have with a hand like Jack 10 suited or Queen Jack suited against a hand like Ace King, even if the Ace King is suited. I think it's not too far off a coin flip. What a run out. Things are heating up, folks. Zaharaji with the min raise. King Jack suited. Takes down the blinds and antes. Fold all the way around to the small blind team with 18 bigs, and the decision with Jack 9 suited is going to min raise now. I'm all for raising with this hand from the small blind, but I think it plays better as a complete, or you could even just rip. You could make a larger raise size than just a min raise, but now you give savage immediate odds for Hendrik to see a flop, even if he only has 6-4 offsuit. Is only 300k to call. There's 1.2 million in the pot. He's getting 4-1 initial. So you only needed 25% equity, and you could see he had 30% equity from the get-go. Team is just going to muck on the button here with a hand as strong as ace-7. Don't like this from team. We need to have min-raise folds and min-raise calls from the button. And if we're not going to open too many buttons, then when we do, we are going to have a very strong hand. So, also not to mention blocker capabilities with the ace-7 off. It's just a good hand to steal the blinds and antes and add 750k to our stack, uncontested. Haraji giving a walk with the 5-3 offsuit. Martin Frick says, Bruno, let's go. Vamos, vamos. Vamos, Corlayo. Yeah. Ace has got cracked ass into short stack on the table, get a walk. We have seen 3, maybe 4 walks in the first 2 orbits. Bruno in the small blind, 7 bigs, wants to be shoving this one. The king 3 suited. Bland's going to check his option here with 10 deuce of hearts, flops best with a pair. Bruno's going to check. He missed an opportunity to just shove this pre or take a tiny stab at this on the flop. Too much money to be gained by shoving. Now Milan is just going to take this away from him. Real Rusty says deserved. Hello, Real Rusty. Saharaji in the cut-off of Queen 10 off suit. Raji takes down the blinds and antes once again. And the blinds have just gone up. You've heard the man. Small blind is now 200k, big blind 400k with a 400k running big blind ante. That's 200, 400, 400. We are playing 45-minute levels today. Hendrik raised 800k with the ace-5 of diamonds. And lowest 400k more to call with the 8-6 offsuit in the big blind. Hendrik's turn to steal the blinds and antes. Darius is going to jam for 5.5 million over the min raise from Zaharaji. And look at this, Lois with ace jack suited from the small blind, but he is facing a min raise from Zaharaji under the 1+1 and a jam from the button. Big enough decision here for Lois, but it is for all of his chips, so I predict we will see him fold eventually. We've had one elimination occur at an outer table, so 28 players remaining now. He is giving this careful consideration. Does let it go. Saharaji with King Queen suited. Goes min raise, the 800k, all the way around to the small blind team. It's out of the way. And looks like Zaharaji is going to take down the blinds and antes, which are now worth $1 million. Raji's still your chip leader here, and Bruno needs help with just 5 big blinds. We've got 6 players at this table, all playing 20 big blinds or less. So 27 players remaining now. Pay jump has been reached. All players now guaranteed €2,375. Milan is going to make it 850 to go with 4.4 million behind. Would have opted to just jam with 13 bigs, but decides to min raise this one, and I think both jamming and min raising are totally fine. Darius to the hijack now. We are 7-handed, so that has to be taken into consideration. Milan is opening in the low jack. All the way around to Zaharaji with the Queen 5 offsuit. Lets it go. Milan will take down the blinds and antes and add $1 million to his stack. The nuts are still Dutchies in it. Don't have any information on the outer tables. Just the feature table. And no Dutchie at the feature table. We've got Zaharaji from Israel. 3 Germans. Player from Austria. An Italiano. And Milan is from Slovakia. Slip says hello. What's the buy-in of this tournament? This is a €250 buy-in. Mini main event, no limit hold'em, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. It's the World Series of Poker circuit events. They've just started. They're playing for a substantial amount of money, and most players won't have played for this kind of money before, with 27 remaining. First prize is €111,600. An amazing, amazing amount of money for a 250 buy-in. Kings smashing it out of the park once again. Surprise, surprise. And Hershen just takes down the blinds and antes. Slip says, thanks, you're very welcome. Ace King for Lois. Makes it 850 to go with 3.6 behind. All the way around to the big blind. Milan not going to be defending with the 5-4 offsuit, so Lois will take the blinds and antes. You're going to see a lot of this raise and take it. Pressure is on. Tens for Lois now under the good, 13 bigs. Could just rip this one, but no harm in raise calling. Lois raised to 950. Bruno just with 1 million now. With King 9 suited here. Not a bad opportunity to stack off. Bruno does decide it's a good opportunity to get his last 3 big blinds in the middle. Can't blame him. Darius now with the big blind and the decision with Queen Jack suited. And for Darius, it's really good odds to see a flop here. Or if you think your opponent is going to be light or can't call off, and they can't call off unless they have a strong hand, you could rejam, but I think it's better to just see a flop. It does call for 700k more, nearly 4 million in this pot, 3.75. Bruno is all in for his tournament life. Darius has called the additional 700k and Lois has just put them all in. I don't know if he can do this because it's an under raise. Yeah, I believe this is an under raise, so he will just only be allowed call. Ace, ace, 4 is the flop. Darius checks. And now for Lois, just wants to bet. Bet like 1.2, 1.4 million. Turn is now a diamond. I prefer a protection bet from the bluff tens. Darius picking up a lot of equity here in the form of a flush draw on the turn. Bruno with diamonds as well. Could have avoided all this and just went heads up had he just bet the flop. Check, check again. River is the 5 of spades. Darius checks again. And now, the decision on Lois, he's checked the flop and he's checked the turn. Depends what he thinks he can get paid by on the river. It's very unlikely he has checked the flop and turn with an ace. Decides to just check it back. You see how much nerves are out there with how much money they are playing for. There's Alfonso with the jacket. He's got his Sunday jacket on a Monday. Bruno has been eliminated. That means 23 players are going to remain now, and Lois with the tens will scoop.
Ja, deswegen habe ich nur gecallt. Ja, die wollen die raus natürlich. Ja, ist da nicht so scharf das nächste Mal. Weil wenn 2 gegen 1 spielen, ist immer besser. Ja, aber ich bin jetzt nicht für Eliminations.
Raji still your chip leader by quite some margin. 4 players under 20 bigs. And we are going to get a player. Rebalancing of tables of 23 remaining. Real Rusty says, would have liked to see the tens lose for that play, but what can you do? Just wants to be betting.
Come on, guys, it's not a break, players. Take your seats. Take your seats. This is not a break. 4 million. Okay.
Wenn er 1,3 reinstellt, 1,3 und 5. Yes. 1.5. That's right. Ja, ja, weil du hast ja difference. Ja, du hattest 825, ne? 950. 950? Dann 1,5. Nicht mehr als 1,5. So, das Differenz und dann das Top. Ich bin auch Dealer, deswegen weiß ich das. Deswegen habe ich mich gewundert, warum ich sage, Olli geht. auf Karo gehofft, aber eigentlich auch nicht, weil er hatte höher am Flash. Er hat auch gute Karo. Er hat König 9 Karo.
Lois with 20 bigs here. Ace, Queen of Hearts. Raising to 850. Raji in the cutoff with King 10 off suit. Looks like he is going to put the pressure on here with a 3-bet to 2.1 million. I like this from Zaharaji. He's got the chips to do it. And for Lois, if he knows his opponent, he's going to want to be stacking off with a hand as strong as Ace Queen. And Simon Simon, new player at the table in seat 1. Lois in the pin here, but it's such a strong hand. Can decide to call for 1.25 million more and see a flop, but this hand is going to play way better. It's just a straight up jam. 22 players remaining now. All guaranteed. €2,975 at the moment. Uh-oh, we're off to the flop. Lois is just going to call, leaving himself with 15 big blinds behind. Stack to pot ratio is going to be close to 1-to-1 with 5.2 million already out there. And Lois out flopping Zaharaji here. Well, he did not out flopping him. He had the best hand going in. No king, no 10. It's queen 5-4. It's about as clean as it could be for Lois. Lowe's checks. Looked like he wanted to lead. Little bit of theatrics from Lois. And for Zaharaji, I think we want to bet, but we only need to bet like 1.2 million. $1.2 million is the bet. And for Lois now, we could just call. There's no card we are afraid of, really, apart from the king. Diamond, obviously not the best, but we've got hearts working for us also. We can pick up additional equity, but sure, we don't need additional equity. We've got top pair, top kicker in a 3-bet pot with a stack to pot ratio of 1-to-1. Lois does eventually shove. Zaharaji, 5 more million to call, but we know the jig is up. Lois out of his seat, bouncing around. It does not look like a man who has a bluff. The theatrics are up, Lois. We probably are legit nerves. I see some people in the chat giving out about the tanking. Well, guys, there's 22 players left. When you're in that situation and you're sitting in that chair, your brain plays a lot of tricks on you. Decision fatigue sets in. You can only make so many good decisions in a day. They'll have burnt out their decision-making process the last few days. That is why the elite of this game are the elite. It's easy to sit at home. They're entitled to take their time with their decisions. I realize unnecessary tanking makes the game boring. But Zaharaji doesn't want to make it look like he just has some random bluff here. He wants to make it look like he has a real decision, because later on he's going to use that to his advantage. As for Lois, it's pretty clear he's got a very strong hand. Lois takes it down, big smile. I don't know if he showed. Yeah, there's a lot of players giving out in the chat, or people giving out in the chat. I understand what you're saying, guys. Time is precious, especially when we're playing 45-minute clock, but this is the way live poker is. You know this. We provide endless amounts of action on this channel. Got to take the rough with the smooth. I beg your pardon. I never promised you a rose garden. Apocalypse says he went on holiday years ago. Every single night this lady got up and sang that song about 3 times. Insanely annoying. Yeah, it's a very annoying song, alright. It's always a funny thing to say to someone if they're expecting too much of you in certain situations, shall we say. Lowest with pocket 8s. Facing the open from Milan in the hijack with 10-9 off suit. I think Lois just wants to be rejamming this one all day. Calling. Not a great option here. It's just going to be faced with too much post-flop decisions that he could avoid by just jamming himself. A lot of people giving out Apocalypse about people taking their time. We'll have to keep an eye on it. It's just part of the game, folks. Team going to come along for the ride here for 400k additional with King 10 suited. The flop is Ace, Queen, Queen. This is the problem with not rejamming hands like pocket 8s. They play so much better as a jam pre, especially off the stack depth of sub 20 big blinds for both of the players involved. C'est la vie. Turn is the 3 of spades, and now Lois doesn't know where he's at with his 8s. I expect to see the hijack take a stab at this. All 3 players playing strange. Hershen could have rejammed pre also. I think that wouldn't have been a bad idea. There was so much money out there for the taking. Pressure is on. It's really noticeable. Players not knowing what to do, and ish. So every chip mattering more and more. Blinds are going to go up, not down. Moves will have to be made. Milan now decided to delay C-bet here for 500k with the 10-9 off suit, and we can see that it's going to work. Okay, it's not. Lois is going to see a river, and that the King 10 gets out of the way. I thought the king 10 might see a river and the eights get out of the way, but it's not the case. A river is another ace, and now 10 high is the best hand. Now, if Lois wants to win this hand, he's going to have to lead. There's 3.8 million already in the pot. Stack to pot ratio is 1-1. Lois gives up. And now Milan surely doesn't think he can win with 10 high. But this looks very trappy from Lois. I don't know how much he's betting. I can't see over your man's hair. Okay. Looks to be about 2 million. $1.9 million is the bet from Milan. And now Lois, just with 8 high, is going to have to let it go. Nice pickup there from Milan, but he could have just avoided that by betting the flop in the first place. And Lois now one big blind behind Zaharaji. Milan now in third place. Hendrik in fourth place with 18 bigs. Darius with 16. Hersham with 12. And Simon is your shortest stack at the table, playing 8 big blinds. Eight bigs for Simon with ace-3 off suit. Shoves for 8 bigs. Gets it through. So essential to be picking up those chips with 22 remaining. Lan raises to 1 million with pocket nines. Sub 20 bigs to start the hand. And Zaharaji with 9-8 off suit, 600k more for him to call. There is a page on blooming as well, folks, and it's €600 is the difference between 21st and 20th place, and that is also an additional reason why you're going to see people take their time with every decision. Just surviving 2 more eliminations, netting you an additional 2.5 buy-ins. That's the difference. Zaharaji does defend, gets a flop of ace-5 deuce, and for Milan, he just wants to c-bet this one and take it down. Doesn't need to c-bet too big. 700k seems good to me. Goes for $1 million. Zaharaji insta-mux. We've got action. Lois licking his chops here, facing an all-in. Darius shoving 13 big blinds as the blinds have just gone up. Small blind is $250,000. Big blind $500,000 with $500,000 running ante. And this is ill timing for Darius. 21 players remaining, so 3 tables of 7. Lois is tanking. He is going to take his time. Does eventually shove, leaving himself with $1 million behind. So it is all in and call. 14.4 million in the middle. And just 9% equity here for Darius. King Jack 5 is the flop, but it's no good to Darius. Lois with a set of kings of kings. All 4 kings are out there. Turn is the 9 of spades. There's a glimmer of hope here now. Can hit another spade for a chop. Queen for a straight. It's a queen! Darius has been eliminated. Sorry, he couldn't hit a queen for a straight. He needed a 10. Lois scoops. Too many kings in front of my eyes there. Was getting it mixed up. Lois now with a massive stack. What a difference 2 hands can make. $19 players remaining now. That means we are 3 eliminations away from a redraw. All players have guaranteed themselves €3,575 currently. Simon is all in from the big blind, and it's only 3 more million for Zaharaji to call, which is less than 6 bigs. Feel like Zaharaji should have let this one go. Not ideal. Does let it go, and we'll keep 8.275 mil. $16 bigs for Zaharaji in the cutoff. Bird says howdy. Hello, Bird. Lois now playing 17.3 million in chips. Amazing. Went from a short stack all the way up to 34 big blinds. Two lucky cats guiding him along the way. Raji takes the blinds and antes, which are now worth 1.25 mil. Freddy Krueger says, hi all fish and very good lucky on Play Poker. Don't be calling me a fish. I'm a shark in the water, mate. With enough venom to kill 10 blokes my size. Now, Lois on the button here could put some pressure on the small and the big blind with 10-9 off too. Needs to be careful. I can't see exactly how much tips the small blind and big blind has. We'll find out in a second. Okay, yeah, see Hershen with 7 bigs. You're basically committing yourself to a 7 big blind stack. At least in theory. $18 players remaining now, and a page on blooming from €3,575 to €4,200. Ace deuce offsuit, 10 bigs, hijack for Simon. Could just shove that one, decides to let it go. We're playing 3 tables of 6 now. Hendrick just going to shove 10 bigs from the small with 6-2 suited. Knowing Zaharaji has to be very tight in his calling range. Does get it through. King Queen taking that one down. Very bad asking for the start and stack. I believe the start and stack was 50k. The average stack is now 9.4 million, very close to 20 bigs. Well, bigs for Hendrick, and the cutoff with ace-8 of hearts is going to jam it. And Hendrick all in from the hijack with ace queen off suit for 15 bigs, just shy of. I would prefer to raise call with a hand as strong as ace queen in this spot. Milan raising to 1.1 million from the cutoff. Lois is going to try see a flop here at 10-9 of hearts. Doesn't want to see a 10. I prefer a rejam here from Lois from the small. But calling is okay, I guess. Ace, 5 deuce is the flop, 2 diamonds, and Milan 11 bigs, 3.2 million already out there. He's just going to be forced to bet, call it off. Milan not messing around, just going to shove. Don't mind a shove, even though it's nearly twice pot. Doesn't want to go to play turns and rivers, just wants to take it down here and now. Understandable. Simon with Jack 9 of hearts to cut off. 8 bigs. Shoves it in. Good man, Simon. Too much money out there up for grabs to be missing out on these shoves. He'll take down the blinds and antes. Lad under the gun here, raising to 1.3 million with ace king. He's got 15 big blinds behind. No one has anything to play back with. Zaharaji with the unsuited Robbie. Jack 4 off suit. I guess it's just called the Robbie since it was an offsuit combination. Anyway, we've got a brand new PLO collection for true PLO lovers. If you head over to the shop, you can find the PLO collection in the merchandise store at the website www.kingsresort.com. Lois in the hijack with King Jack off suit. Raised to 1.1 million. Gets the job done. Adds 1.25 million to his stack. Lowest raised to 1.1 million. We've got action. Hendrick behind, but Ace King of Clubs re-jamming from the cutoff for 15 bigs. And look at this, Simon with Queens in the big blind. We've got action. So it is all in and call. Queens for Simon. Hendrick with Ace King of Clubs. This one a classic race. 11.5 million in the pot. Ace in the window, ace 7 deuce. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. Lady needed on the river for Simon, but it doesn't arrive. It's the 5 of clubs. Simon has been eliminated. That means 17 players remaining now. Hendrick gets blinds and antes. Apocalypse says starting to get up to that. These payouts are really from a 250 buy-in money. Yeah, amazing. 17 players remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of €4,200. Well said, Apocalypse. And it is all in and call. Herschen in the small blind, Hendrick with pocket tens in the big, with the chance to eliminate Herschen and go for a 16-handed redraw and come back with two tables of 8. 41% for the ace queen, 59% for the pocket tens, 5.5 million in the pot up for grabs. Ace, king, jack is the flop. Turn is the 5 of hearts. River is the 6 of hearts, so team will double up. Nice music playing for the ambiance on this Monday afternoon at the King's Resort. So hand 50, average stack just under 10 million. Lowest in the cutoff, Jack 10 off suit. Hendrik with ace 9 off suit in the small blind. Does just complete. Zaharaji with an ace 4 off suit in the big blind. This could be trouble. Zaharaji might just jam this one, thinking Hendrik it's not going to be too strong in the small. Zaharaji shoves for 15 bigs. And Hendrik has a calling hand here in the ace 9. Problem is it's for about 2/3 of his stack, so he might just let it go. For me, I'm calling Zaharaji here, and if I'm beat, I'm beat. It's just too good of a spot. We beat too much of his range. You see in the top right hand corner of your screen there are 16 players remaining now, so this will be the last hand before the break, before we go on a 15-minute break. Do a redraw and come back with 2 tables of 8. What do you think in the chat here, folks? Do you think Hendrik is going to call? With his hand in his face there, it looks like his body language is all indicating towards mucking his hand. If we are going to fold this one, then why the hell wouldn't we just shove it ourselves? There is no reason to not just jam 15 bigs, blind v blind with ace 9. The pressure is on. Such a golden opportunity here for Hendrik, but guys at home, we're watching, and when you're sitting there and you know how close you are to a final table, a 10 grand ticket and the opportunity to play for 111,600 euro, your mind plays tricks on you. It's such a large portion of your stack, I see you saying in the chat, but it's the opportunity to really put yourself in a great position to do well at this final table. If you're going to fold this one, just shove it, or at the very least, raise call. And he does muck his hand, as a lot of the chat predicted. Okay, folks, that is a massive pickup there for Zaharaji. He will find out soon enough how lucky he was in that situation. We're going to go on a break. I will see you all in a few moments.
think also.
start of the
We
day.
will not make it. We can bet.
This even way less people actually. Less people than the last time, yeah. Because the last time was like 83 or something.
The
and now
DJs are
is-
trying to have a bet at the table whether they will make the money
It's the same thing.
before play is ended
I
for
don't
the
think
evening.
We get bubble by one level. No, I don't think so.
Everything is too slow.
One level more, 20 knockouts is asking for a lot. If it is one level more,
I think also. So.
Erkin continuing on Jack 8-6, 2 spade flop. Here and a flush draw for Erkin. Patrick with middle pair, queen of spades in his hand also. Bet of 22k and a call, over 100k in the middle now as we see the turn. Oh, the turn is the 8 of clubs, giving Patrick trips now. Erkan most likely just going to take a free card, try hit a spade on the river, and he does do just that. 4 of spades hitting the river, giving Erkan the nut flush.
Bet 60.
Patrick with a bet of 60k, 60% pot. How much can Erkan raise to get called by an 8? And how is this going to look to Patrick?
160.
160. Patrick getting 3-1 on a call here for 100k more.
Let's go.
Patrick calling an unbeliever with his 8.
Yeah, nice flop.
Nice pot for Erkan, adding 222k to his stack. That's the first real hit we've seen Patrick take.
Thank you.
Good luck.
you end up gagging and almost throwing up at the smell of your own, you know. So to counter that, this 12-hour solo commentary stint, felt like you guys would give me a bit of space, a bit of leeway,
You just love poker.
and let me off the old sock and sandals grind.
Oh, I guess it is.
You know, like my one-time pass. Bamlam saying never an excuse. Boots saying agree, sock and sandals is brutal. All right, chat. Okay.
Apart from that, I'm all good.
And issues with our central nervous system, but other than that,
Celebs and saying getting paid millions for it. Millions. All right, chat. All right. Okay, no more socks and sandals. I see how it is.
we're society.
So we jump back into this.
Other than that, living
Button open from Nikki P. Deep with the 3-bet out the small with the queens. This could be a chip lead pot, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds.
Orpin has woken up with ace queen O in the big.
One time button.
Button v small blind v big blind. Chat, does Orpin just rip here? For 33 bigs.
5 seconds.
Oh, wow. Oh, boy.
Raise 3.1.
3.1 million from Orpin, the cold 4 out of the big. Sean Deeb looking for bracelet number 4. In a great spot to either just pick up this 5.6 in the middle or get it in with the queens and be a 3-1 favorite to have over half the chips in play. Hand number 102.
One time button.
Nail biting stuff here. Can't fault Orpin for 4-betting out of the big. Deeb with the 3-bet out the small. Nikki P on the background saying he's going to shove over the top of this 3-bet. Does announce all in. And Orpin with a snap fold. Sean Deeb picks up a monster pot without even having to sweat 5. Up to 14 million in chips.
I see, yeah.
It's history about to be made here. Eight of diamonds flashed. Sean Deeb snap mucking the queen 8. Timothy Adams gonna click call with the pocket 5s. He is flipping.
maybe this is what the
Chat, I will catch up with you after this hand.
some of the all-ins and
All in and calls.
5 away
I mean, it's been pretty fast paced.
from either being down to 4.
Like, as a spectacle.
What did you have?
Don't give him over, don't fucking tell him.
Favorite spots? Oh, wow. I mean, I had naked 6s, like, 6s? The worst. I mean, the way my range plays is like the worst pair. And it's just like,
yeah. Are they gonna deal the turn?
I mean, it's just like a nasty spot.
Sure. That was such a long.
Sweaty turn card. Orpin looking for a 6, 8, 10 or a king to eliminate Timothy Adams, and it's the King of Hearts on the river. One of the best players in the world, Timothy Adams, fresh off of his 100k victory here just a couple of days ago,
Yeah, it's all good.
comes up short in bracelet event number 11, 5th place for 159,000 euros. Appreciate it, chat. Really do. You guys have been incredibly kind
9.6.
throughout this series. Glad you're all enjoying the coverage. Once again, if you haven't already, please do hit that like button.
Before I bust, will you tell me if I was dead there?
Really helps us spread the word and reach a wider audience. As Nicky B says, before I bust, will you please give me that info?
Yeah.
Sean Deeb, gonna look him up. 7-5 of diamonds.
Domination Nation.
Huh?
Domination Nation.
You sucked out on me in the same spot earlier, so I hope I have revenge it.
I'll tell you another day. No, I can't tell you when I'm playing with open, right?
And Nicky P.
I feel like no matter what, I'm just dead anyway. I don't know if I'm supposed to call.
Has Deeb in rough shape. 4.4 in the middle. Oh no. 5-4-3. Deeb out flopping Nicky P. 6 would chop it. A deuce or an ace would win it for Nick Petrangelo. 1 to come. 8 clubs on the turn. Changes nothing. Hand 126 here. Will we be down to 3? River card is the 8 of hearts. And Deeb eliminates Nick Petrangelo in 4th place. 220,000 euros for his efforts. One of the best players in the world. Upswing coach. And now up to over 27 million in total live earnings. Sean Deeb, 2 away.
They come to you for advice now. How did they
from joining the 6-time bracelet winners club.
You're just used to being
Oh my god, it's King 7 Deuce. It seems like this mightn't be the end. Oh, and it is the end. Deuce on the turn ended. Gal is going to be our champion.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
million?
Guys, I'm gonna get the cell phone and put it over there, okay?
Your mobile phone, please. All right, gentlemen, I need your mobile phones. Pick them up. Sorry, not much. I still have something to do. I just need to finish your text. No problem. Guys, need your... Riverboard brings in 4%. We have 16 players remaining, guys. 16 remaining. 250, 500, 500. 250, 500, 500. Good luck, everyone. Dealer, shuffle up and deal. Also, guys, we're just having 1 minute. We're going to play that 1 minute. We'll stop the clock. We'll do a very fast chip race of the last 25K, and then we'll continue starting. We go empty. Good luck, everybody. Fine, that's fine.
All right, folks, we are back. 16 players remaining, 2 tables of 8 for the No Limit Hold'em mini main event, the World Series of Poker circuit event, live from the King's Resort in Rosvadov, and I cannot believe my eyes. Riyad Farhat is at this table. If you don't know who he is, just head and mob him there real quick. He has had so much success already this year at King's. He's back again in the mix, and I'm excited to see him back at the feature table, this close to another final table of such a big event, chasing that ring, 111,600 euro, and all the glory that goes with it. Also a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event, up for grabs for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th in this event. So 10 eliminations away. Pressure is on. Marcel is shoving on Pepe. I don't like this re-jam from Marcel at all. I don't really understand it. Could have just seen a flop. Decided to re-jam, but Pepe is going to be calling wide enough. We have a limited amount of fold equity with just 9 big blinds in our stack. And far better spots than shoving this one. Pepe snapping him off with pocket nines. 10 million in the pot. We'll see the flop. The flop is Jack 10 deuce. Turn is a 7. Glimmer of hope here for Marcel as we hit the river. River is the deuce of clubs. And bing bang boom, just like that. 15 players remaining now. A gift to Pepe. All players now guaranteed a minimum of €4,825. Blinds have gone up, and the small blind is 300k, big blind 600k with a 600k running big blind ante. That's 300, 600, 600. Pepe is your chip leader at this table with 38 bigs. Your short stack is sponsor. There, hopped sponsor. 14 big blinds. Saraji with 15, Milan with 15, Riyad Farhat now with 16 bigs, Hendrik with 19, and Miso with 23 big blinds. 14 million is in second place. Riyad is going to min raise with King Jack of clubs. $14 players remaining now, which means we are 5 eliminations away from the final table.
aces versus again 6-7.
Big blind is 6-7 is 500,000.
Ah, you check on the
I
flop.
defend 7-6, flop 7-6.
It's a fold, bro.
Check. You check. Then
Of
you
course
have
I check.
Yes, and then you have aces. What can I do?
Of course I check. Yeah, top 2 on the flop. Check direct. Huh?
What should I do?
Look, I want to fold.
I said easy fold.
5 pass. 6. Sorry. Cos'è la questa?
Zaharaji, 12 bigs in the small blind here with King 7 offsuit. Just wants to be jamming this one. Just go for a jam. Hendrik in the hijack here with ace 9 offsuit, not even going to entertain it. Very tight here from Hendrik. Miso. Jack 9 of clubs in the cutoff.
One raise, 1.2 million.
It's going to min raise.
3 pass.
Riyadh with the opportunity to defend here for one big blind with King 7 offsuit. Does eventually call. 15 bigs behind. Green 10-3 is the flop. Open ender here for Miso. Does check. Miso just wants to bet here. Doesn't have to make it too big. You can check back also. think both options are fine, but I probably doesn't want to get check ripped. I just think it's going to play better as a bet overall. Turn is the deuce of diamonds. Riyadh is going to turn his hand into a bluff here. He blocks hands like King Queen, King 10. Miso is going to call. River is a jack. Unlikely that Miso has ace king. We block ace king. We block king 9. Big spot here for Riyadh. Does he want to keep continuing to tell a story? There's 5 million in the pot. Doesn't want to get this one wrong. All depends what he thinks about Miso's check back range on the flop. Miso could have a queen to check back, but it's more likely it's a hand that contains a 10. Riyadh is going to fire a second time. Bets 1.8 million, and I just think this is too small. Too small of a bet. Miso's going to figure this one out. There is 6.7 million in this pot, and it's just 1.8 million to call. I'd be shocked to see Miso fall at this price, but he's not beating much. Miso does call him off, and Riyadh is gonna have to just give up those chips and now be playing 11 bigs. So 13 players remaining with an average stack of 13 million. All players now guaranteed €5,450 minimum. And sponsor on the button here with ace 10. Sponsor shoves for 7 mil. We'll get this one through. Full all the way around to Pepe in the small blind. He shoves on Milan. Milan not going to call with Jack 10 suited. Now, it's 4 eliminations away from the FT, and I understand it's hard to call off in these situations, but Jack 10 suited going to play so well blind v blind in an all-in situation. Apocalypse says, can't be folding Jack 10 suited. Never, ever, ever. It's just, he's got 12 or 13 bigs now, but blinds are going to go up. It's getting shorter and shorter handed. Every time you're committing 1.5 million chips there at the current blind level, every time the blinds and antes hit you. Just too good of a spot, in my opinion. Like that says, so for example, 6 gets 18k, 6k plus a ticket. 6 will get 18,600 euro and a ticket, so 28,000 is the payout for 6th place. 7th place will get 14 grand, for example, but just 14 grand, no ticket. MB says you can shove 10, Jack 10, but calling is different. It is different, but it's blind v blind. It's just a great spot to gamble. I know we don't want to be gambling. It's just such a good hand. Obviously, it depends how wide you think the small blind is shoving into you. And if it's going to be just really tight range, then we can fold Jack 10 suited. But Pepe wins another one. Well, and in the cutoff here with Ace 10 of Hearts, we'll raise to 1.4 million with 12 big blinds behind. Zaharaji in the big blind is going to see a flop for 800k more. Miso going to call with the Queen 10 of Diamonds in the small blind. We've got Ace 10 against King 10 against Queen 10. 4.8 million already in the middle as we see the flop. Flop is King Jack Jack. What a flop. Miso flopping the world here. But it's Zaharaji with top pair. All three players checking to see the turn. Turn is the deuce of clubs. Zaharaji is going to call the 1.4 million bet from Miso. Interesting river coming up. It's the 10 of clubs. And Miso is going to try to get to showdown with just his pair of 10s now, missing all the outs in the deck. And for Zaharaji, going to check it back. Be happy to just take that one down. Now playing above 12 million, close to 13. He's over the 20 big blinds once more. Too many out syndrome with the Queen 10 of Diamonds there. 13 still remain. Miso is going to go for it here on the button with Jack 8 offsuit, raising to 1.2 million. Hendrick just going for a straight rip from the hijack for 10 million. Sponsor forced to fold, and Riyadh wakes up with the ladies in the big blind. Wow. Jack 7-3 is the flop. Hendrick picks up a piece of it. 32% equity now as we hit the turn. Turn is the king of clubs. Hendrick needing an ace or a 7 on this river. It's a deuce of clubs, and Riyadh now going to be playing 20 big blinds. Dangerous, dangerous man to be giving chips to. Hendrick all in for 4.2 million with Jack 10 offsuit. Pepe giving a walk with 10-4 of diamonds. Milan will be delighted to see that with the 6 deuce off suit. As Titi says, bonjour de la France. Good afternoon, Tit. Pepe all in from the button with ace-7 of diamonds. Milan with pocket 9s. He's going to be forced to stack off here with pocket 9s. This would be an absurdly tight fold. Looks like he wants to fold these pocket 9s. Such a great spot to double up here. Wow, wow, wow. He lets it go. Lets pocket 9s go to a jam. Just shows the power of the jam at the moment. Incredible. Three on the hijack here. 20 bigs, queen 10 off suit. Let's it go. Sargeman says it's not the power of the jam, but it was on that occasion, and it is the power of the jam because we've seen a few jams and absurdly tight folds followed by it. Another way of saying it is they're playing scared money, yes. But guys, this is a €250 buy-in. Last week we had 4 days in a row at two 10k PLOs, a 250 no limit hold'em, and a 2k PLO main. We've got the World Series of Poker Europe coming up with massive buy-ins. We've got the main event in 2 weeks' time, €1,650. So it's not going to be the same caliber. A lot of these players, I find it very exciting to commentate on these kind of things because I pay for this kind of money before most people remaining in the field anyway. And it's just a dream spot. They just don't want, they want to savor every moment and not get knocked out. And that's why you're going to see overfolds. Real Rusty said if they fold like that, you can shove any two on the button. That's what I said. It's the power of the jam. Obviously, we know the pocket nine's supposed to call for a good 10 big blind stack, but his mind's playing tricks on him, and he's like, "Oh, I'm most likely just in a coin flip situation, so I'm going to let it go." We can see that is clearly not the case. Zaharaji is going to try eliminate Hendrik here. Hendrik shoving on the button. Zaharaji calling with ace three of hearts. Hendrik with king queen off suit. It's a 60-40 for Hendrik's life. His tournament life here with 9.3 million in the pot. King 10 deuce is the flop. Hendrik up pair. Zaharaji way behind now. Turn is the three of clubs. Zaharaji needing an ace or three on the river. And a club will be no good. Hendrik with the king of clubs. River is a 5. Hendrik will sit back down with 15 bigs, and Zaharaji will be playing less than 15 bigs once more. Bird says he hopes one of the amateurs will win. I'm always up for a scrappy underdog taking down a title. Such an amazing opportunity to play for over €100,000 for a 250 buy-in. That's what makes Kings so special. Sargeman says Zaharaji is the best player left. Yeah, Riyad Farhat might have something to say about that. But Zaharaji and Riyad definitely the two strongest players left in the field that I can see. We don't know who's on the outer table. Maybe Phil Ivey is just going to pop in to say hello with a cup of tea, but unlikely. Faulkner says unless it's against Ireland. Oh. I'll get there someday, lads. Action man Dan will be in the hot seat sooner or later. Riyadh is going for a min here. King Jack off suit. Apocalypse working overtime again. Made the command that he won 4 titles in Kings in about 2 months. Yeah. Already has a live cash for 114k. Total live earnings of 550k. And Gary says he played with him yesterday. Really funny guy. He's always having the crack, Riyadh. The scallywag. Quite the character. Miso raised to 1.2 with the King Jack of Hearts. Riyadh won't be defending the 9-4 offsuit. Miso will add those chips to his stack.
You've never seen in stream play so fast. Good actor. Remember when he was with my friends? You won? Yeah, I was second. SF1, he pushed me for ticket bubble all in. I think only 5 seconds and it's crazy. Hey, good player. Yes, very good player, but try to because the Swiss still like you come. Afterwards, yes. It was 300 or 500? 5 years, first place, 80. Second is 50. Like me.
Riyadh is going to limp and complete in the small blind with the King 7. Pepe's going to check his option deuce. Riyadh is talking to him. Ace 6-4 is the flop. Riyadh is going to check call for one big. Unlikely either player has an ace. I think that goes without saying. Nothing goes without saying on here. That turn card is very good for Pepe. Well, in his eyes anyway. He's got an open ender now, and he can also make a straight with a 3. One of the best cards for him. Riyadh does have a 7 in his hand. Turn is going to go check, check. River is the 10 of spades. Riyadh is going to turn his hand into a bluff with the straight blocker. Bets 2.4 million. Gets it through, and he's now playing 14 million and change. Blinds are up. Small blind is now 400k, big blind 800k with an 800k running big blind ante. That's 400, 800, 800. Zaharaji with ace jack off suit, 9 bigs, will jam. Sponsor all in with the ace-9. His turn to steal the blinds and antes. Hedrick on the button with 10 big blinds or less, just shoves it in. The tens. You're going to see a lot of shoves and calls, and here is an example. Zaharaji waking up with 2 red kings in the big blind. The kings at a crucial time, a crucial moment. And now 16 million in this pot up for grabs. Hendrick getting so unlucky. Monster v monster, complete setup, nothing either can do, of course. Nothing else either can do. Up is Queen 9-9. Turn is a 4 of hearts. And the river is the 4 of spades. Henrik has been eliminated in 13th place. Zaharaji now with 17.2 million. And 12 players remain, which means we are going to go 6-handed. Six-handed on both tables, 3 eliminations away from the final table. And another dangerous man getting gifted some chips. Gifted some chips as in he woke up with kings, not that Hendrick should have been doing anything else with tens. Riyadh raising with Queen 9 off suit. Sponsor in the big blind with Jack 10 suited. Wants to see a flop here for 800k more. Does call and gets top pair. And Riyadh with just stacked the pot ratio of 1-to-1 pretty much. I think he just wants to jam here. Unless he wants to bet really small. He's betting small, but when sponsor shoves, I don't know if Riyadh can fold. He's going to have too much equity if sponsor is shoving a draw himself or an 8 against the exact hand that sponsor has. Riyadh wouldn't be liking it. But now the shove is for 5 mil. I don't think Riyadh can fold for 3.8 more. It's only 5 big blinds more, but it represents a very large portion of Riyadh's remaining stack. Looks like he might just fold. Wow, lets it go. Figured out he was up against a hand that's better than an 8 and decides to let it go. And Sargeman says that open is way too wide. They're playing 6-handed. I definitely agree with you. It's not even on the suited variety. I didn't even comment on it because I'm used to him opening very wide. Sargeman says he got punished. Yeah, I feel like he still should just call. It's less than 5 big blinds more, but he only has 15 bigs, so it's about 40% of his remaining stack, and he decides to just let it go and find a better spot. Pepe min raising with Queen 10. Miso with King Jack. Sargeman says maybe check the flop if you don't call the shove. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that. I just thought it's a bet call situation. And now Pepe min raising into Riyadh, and Riyadh with 12 big blinds behind in pocket 8. Riyadh with pocket 8s in the big blind just wants to be re-jamming this one. There is a pay jump between 12th and 11th place, and that is why Riyadh is taking so long. The difference is between €5,450 to 6,175 euro. Elevated Steve in the chat says, "Hey everyone, hope you're all doing wonderful today and tonight. We're doing grand, man. Nice to have you with us." Pepe does let it go. One elimination has occurred at the outer table, and that means 11 players remaining now, and the pay jump has been reached, so all players guaranteed a minimum of €6,175. We are just 2 eliminations away from the final table. Bird says that was just Hollywood. Well, he's trying to get the pay jump, and he did do just that. Miso with the min raise and the hijack with the ace-10 off suit. Miso min raising with the ace-8. Milan gonna let it go with just king 3 off suit in the big blind, and Miso will take the blinds and antes. Spots are all in from the hijack here with pocket tens. Riyadh gets out of the way. So does Pepe. Sponsor shows the tens. Real hand here for Riyadh in the hijack. Ace King of Hearts, min raising. Milan going to get rid of the deuces. Sarge says your voice sound like the one of Connor, the streamer. Yeah, good friends of Connor. Shout out to Connor. Great channel on Twitch. Riyadh takes down the blinds and antes. 11 players still remaining. An average stack is getting close to 16 million, which is good for 20 big blinds. I hope that answers your question, Epoch. Just shy of 20 big blinds. Yeah, there is a few shallow stacks for sure, but this is a 250 buy-in. They've been playing for many days. They'll want to finish it at some stage. The average stack will go more than 20 bigs at the FT, of course, and it's still 45 minutes on the clock. Amazing structures at the King's Resort. Week in, week out, but sometimes the smaller buy-ins, the blinds do catch up with the stacks. Miso, min raising, and Zaharaji in the small blind with a rejammable ace-8. We'll shove it. And with hands like this, with Miso on the button with King Jack suited, I prefer to just straight up jam for 20 bigs, because hands like Zaharaji's can't call off, but they are able to rejam. And King Jack suited going to have decent equity if we are called by a hand like Ace Queen, Ace, not Ace Jack and Ace King, but all the pairs. I think it just plays better as a jam overall. Now we're in a difficult spot here. Don't really want to be calling it off for your tournament with just King Jack suited. And showing Zaharaji that he's folding a hand as strong as King Jack is not wise. Miso raising the cutoff, and Zaharaji with another rejammable king queen here. Could go for a small 3-bet, but I think this one just plays better as a jam. All stack sizes remaining in the small, the big, and the original opener in or around 20 bigs. Could also decide to flat. Looks like he's going to go for a flat. Now this could bring along Riyadh in the big blind with 5-4 suited. Got players looking at running over to check out the outer table. No pay jump between 11th and 10th, but there has been elimination at the outer table, and that means we are one elimination away from the FT. The difference between 10th and 9th place is €6,175 to €7,440. Riyadh will call. Queen 9 deuce is the flop. Not much in it for Riyadh or Miso. Zaharaji with top pair, king kicker. I think calling, by the way, was totally fine pre-flop. I just expected him to jam. Miso did call. 9 million in this pot now. I don't like how the A7 has played this. Just let it go. There's going to be too many bad turns and rivers. Zaharaji now wants to make a sizing that sets up a river jam nicely. Could bet something like around 3.5 million. Doesn't need to bet too big. Even 4 million seems good. Okay, goes for 3.8. It's just a player like Zaharaji is not going to let you go to showdown often, so you're just wasting chips by calling on the flop.
Good luck, guys. Time. No chip, bro, no chip. Divide.
But you know, if I get tipped, it's the worst thing what can happen to you. Every hand is, when I open, you put always his hand down like this.
Riyadh shoving on Milan. Milan in the big blind with 10-9 offsuit. Milan shoves for 3 bigs in the small. Don't know what Miso has here. With 6-4, there's 2.6 million more to call. It's just enough that he's got a fold. Sponsor is going to shove with the ace king. Takes down the blinds and antes. Milan shoves for 5 million from the cutoff, and Miso wants a count. Six and a half bigs from the cutoff. I actually think this King 4 offsuit is a little bit too wide. Just a little bit. Wants to be shoving King 6 offsuit plus in this exact spot. And here we go. It's ace 5-3. Turn is a deuce, and now Milan looks like he's going to double up to 12-0. See, this is exactly what I was saying earlier. When you fold a hand as strong as nines and then you get blinded out and are forced to shove a hand like king 4 offsuit, even though it was a bit too wide of a shove, he wants to be shoving king 6 offsuit plus in that spot. What a moment there for the king 4. As Sarge says, poker is not dead. Poker has never been more alive and well than it is right now, especially live poker. Can't speak too much for online, although there's still a lot of value to be had out there. There's a lot of shenanigans that take place, but live poker is where it's at, folks. And I'm hearing clapping in the background, so it looks like there has been a bust out on the outer table, and that means this is going to be the last hand before the break. We are going to go on a 15-minute break and come back with the final table. Epoch making a very good point there. So many people started online poker during COVID and they're now coming to the tables. Apocalypse, I just seen now that you changed your name from UK to Ireland. Oh, you are a gas character. Bird says he always wonders what these guys are saying to their bosses when they don't show up at work on Monday. Well, it depends how many sick days you've took in recent times. Always good to have a one time if you need it. Just gotta have your story straight. Like you ate some bad cheese or something. King 6 deuce is the flop. Riyadh with the best of it here. Riyadh betting 1.2 million. No checking, and it's Zaharaji betting 1.2 million. As Bird says, Kings is 1 hour away from him, but he cannot play this tourney as it ends on a Monday. What shall I say to my boss when he sees me on stream? Well, you can just wear a mask these days. A mask and glasses and a hat. Just don't wear any familiar clothes and you should be good to go. Goes check call, and now Riyadh picking up additional equity with the 3 of hearts. Zahraji going for a second barrel. Looks like it's a large size as well. $4 million. Now, for Riyadh, he might want to just protect his hand here by shoving. I think it's a better play than just calling. If the bet is $4.5 million, he just has $6 million behind. I think Riyadh knows he just has to get it in. Zahraji really trying to flush out diamonds. A 6, a deuce. Some backdoor equity that Riyadh might have. But this is just going to be too strong of a hand for Riyadh, surely. Trying to get a read off his opponent by asking him how many pink chips he has behind. And he moves all in, and Zahraji going to be forced to fold, and now Riyadh going to be playing 22 million at the final table. Zahraji and Riyadh both going to be there, and 7 other lucky punters. Let's go. I will see you all in about 15 minutes for the final table of the mini main. Go get some coffee. This is going to be a fun one.
Players, 1835. 1835.
Good boy saying, yeah, I've been using the no fold quite often. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. You're just like, yeah, no. I'm out of here. GG's. Government just like, we've spotted the tanker, chat. We've spotted the tanker. Red Misty said, Poker Room Kings, good afternoon, sir, and thank you for the great coverage. Red Misty, welcome to the stream. I understand, like, tanking and whatnot in marginal decisions, but the tanking with, oh boy. The tanking with, you know, the Queen 7 from +1 earlier, now the 10-4, it feels a bit. Poker City now saying, hi Henry, great job as per usual, keep it up, greetings. Peter from Poker City, provide Dutch commentary for Kings every now and then. Shout out Poker City, and now shout out to all the Dutch community members. A lot of love for the Dutchies. They've been a big support over the years as we dive back into this, ladies and gentlemen. If a club finds its way to the river, could be losing a true legend of the game very quickly here on day 3. See what Open brings on the turn. 72k in the middle. I'm going to slow down. Comes with B50. Two-tone broad texture. Feels like a dicey turn proposition against the big blind range. Although Open is going to have, you know, every combo of King 10 suited and King 10 offsuit, and then I guess every combo of 10-8 suited from the cutoff, as well as set advantages on this board. But Victor going to attack this smaller sizing. Did feel like an attackable size B50 on this turn card. Takes it north to 147.
Thank you.
Been getting laid 2.5 to 1 on a call. Obviously doesn't know that he has the best hand. Nine clubs in the deck. I suppose the 3 10s, 12 outs once, getting around 25%. So not really getting the direct odds on a call from a mathematical point of view. That's if he assumes that, you know, his ace and king are no good. Victor Blom just picking up on this weak turn barrel. I say that with the utmost respect and love for Open, you know, fresh off a bracelet. Just felt like a turn sizing that's asking to be attacked. I don't know, chat. Feel free to weigh in, by the way. Feels like a turn card where we don't want to be half-potting a lot. But again, zero authority from me in the booth here. Just felt like a natural big size or a check. Open does make the call. 3-6-6 in the middle. Brick rolls off, and Victor Blom with the snap jam on the river with 8 high. Says Isildur, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that Open has taken this long with this decision here, with just ace high, actually thinking this one through. I mean, this isn't posturing, chat. This is one of the best players in the world, #1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Competes festival in, festival out with some of the best players in the world. Typically see him traveling the circuit with Daniel Dvorak, Sam Grafton, Timothy Adams. Open is legitimately considering this spot here. He's thinking of making this call. He's reverse engineering the way that this hand has played out. You've got to think about the range of hands that check, raise, turn, and jam river for value. Blocking King 10, that's obviously one of the immediate good things about this as a bluff catcher. Unblocking diamonds also feels nice. Is Blom ever turning a hand like King 8, King of diamonds into a bluff? Tip of my hat.
And 5 of diamonds or something.
Yeah, see, Orpin's dialed in, bro. 10-5 of diamonds. This isn't TV table time. He doesn't need it. This is Orpin just doing what Orpin does, man. Note the shift in body language from Victor as well. An immediate smirk on his face. The last thing you want to hear from your opponent when you're sat there with 8 high is 10-5 of diamonds or something like the soul read. You're just turning a hand on the turn into a bluff. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if he makes this call, am I allowed to go out there and just give him a hug? Am I allowed to do that? He makes the call, ladies and gentlemen, with ace high. Hand number 13.
Good luck, guys.
Number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list. What did I just witness, chat?
We really had a bad hand to call as well, but...
Orpin, take a bow, my friend. He wasn't posturing on the turn.
I was afraid of that. That sounds like some risk there, but...
Smelt like 10-5 of diamonds, something like that.
Enough.
He makes the call. With the queens, second time in the space of 2 orbits. Up against Reard. So the 3-bet on the button to 200k. Start off this hand around about 45 effective. Wait, how deep are we here? 43 button? I mean, it's button v hijack. It's a very aggressive, very competent Panat Punsri. Wow, he does announce all in. Chat, this is a chip lead pot here.
Wow.
And a snap call from Punsri. And again, he sees that he's got his opponent drawing 2 outs. Chat, this is the biggest tournament of the feature table after 13 hours of play.
Yeah, yes. I know. Queens again. Wow, good luck. Queen 2.
Well, well, well.
Possible. Oh.
Jack 5-3, all clubs. Reard picking up a bunch of outs and just has Punsri dead on the turn.
Zweimal
gewinnt.
Hey, mein Freund, zweimal Queens verloren.
What can you do?
Wow. Queens, zweimal Punkt. Wahnsinn.
Wow. Takes it on the chin
Zweite Mal, eh? Zweite Mal.
like an absolute champion.
Wow.
Punat Punsri saying, what can you do?
Wow, nice.
Has Zidek draw into 2 outs.
Nice.
Queens against 9s.
1.1.
Again for a chip lead pot.
1.1, yeah. 1.1, yeah. 1.6.
9 on the flop. Now had rear drawing to 2 outs.
1 for 50.
Queens against 10s.
This is
Gets 4 flushed. Punat Punsri still smiling somehow.
Nice bluff for him.
Says, what can you do? I tell you what, chat.
1,450,000.
Wow.
That man on your screens right there.
450? Yeah.
Remember the name. Punat Punsri. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that young man from Thailand.
Oh my god, it's King 7 Deuce. It seems like this mightn't be the end. Oh, and it is the end. Deuce on the turn ends it. Gal is going to be our champion.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
fold pocket. I see in stream the fold pocket. Mine is a big blind against the. I know. Right. Okay. Right. And which is
It was good fold. Ace was coming.
But I shot before my master blinds.
Now you have two hands.
You push ace 5.
You have two hands.
I look just one card. Yeah, it's kings. And
All right, folks, we are back. We are live, and it is time. Cards are about to be in the air. Shuffle up and deal for these gladiators fighting it out for €111,600. The champion and all the glory that comes with it. 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe available for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Current payout is €7,440, which is already a savage payday for a €250 buy-in. If you're just tuning in, this is the World Series of Poker circuit event. This is the No Limit Hold'em mini main, and you are watching it all live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Current payout just under 7.5 grand, all chasing the first prize of 112,000 almost. And a ring available for the champion as well, of course. Bird and Apocalypse taking care of the bullies in the chat. That's why yous are in the executive committee, lads. Take them out with those swords that ye are wielding. And a decent disparity of chips around this final table. Not many players over the 20 big blinds. Riyadh now with 27. Pepe with 32. But all players chasing Stefan Budak. Stefan is from Moldova. We've got 2 Germans, someone from Slovakia, the Czech Republic, Israel, Austria, and France. You've heard the man. Blinds are still 400,000, 800,000, 800,000. All that's left to say is shuffle up and deal, and good luck to everyone remaining. Protect yourself at all times. If you want to touch gloves, do so now. Let's go. Riyadh letting King Jack go from under the gun. Eric with ace queen of clubs. Eric 3xing with the ace queen of clubs, and Zaharaji in the cutoff of king jack. I'll let it go. And Miso is going to get it in from the big blind with king 8 of diamonds. He still had nearly 5 big blinds. He could have picked a better spot, but understandable to stack off. What a cool jumper, by the way. Look at that for a swan. Let's see if the swan is going to be lucky. Eight in the window. 899. Miso now 70% equity to double up to 8.4 million. But the Barry on the turn. The ace of hearts hitting. Not good for Miso. River is the 6 of clubs. And Riyadh over there smoking. If you want to get back to his seat, Riyadh. Kitty game down the street, bro. Miso has been eliminated in 9th place, which means 8 players remain. 9,800 euro is now the current payout. 2 eliminations away from every player remaining, securing a 10,000 euro World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. And blinds have gone up, so small blind is now 500k, big blind 1 million, with 1 million running big blind ante. Eric is limping with queen jack offsuit. Risky business here into a full table. But rather if he just min-raised this one or let it go. If Stefan raising to 3.5 million with the pocket sevens. Eric is going to call. See, the problem here is now there's 9 million in the pot. And yes, we have position, but Stefan can just keep applying pressure. Ace Jack 3 is the flop. Stefan is going to check. And Eric is going to check back. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. Eric will take that one down with a small bet. He now has 25 million. Pepe with ace king here. Raises to 2.1 million. This is about to get really interesting with the dynamic with 8 remaining and only 6 tickets. Expect to see a lot of slow action. Players are going to be more deliberate with their decision making. There's a lot of money at stake apart from that 10 grand ticket. But as you know, if you are a fan of this channel, we see it time and time again. Sometimes we have a long bubble. Sometimes we have a bubble bursting quite quick. It just depends. There are a few short stacks. I expect it to be very fast and furious action once this ticket bubble is burst. But with 8 remaining and 6 tickets, pace will slow considerably, is my prediction. And Lois isn't going to shove 12 bigs there with Queen Jack suited. I think that's a misstep by Lois. Going to be a good enough hand to shove there. Apocalypse wants predictions in the chat. Get your points gambled. Stefan going to take down the blinds and antes with ace jack off suit. Now playing 50 big blinds. Wazzy Bazzy says a mini main event with 111k up top, only in Rosvedov. Very nice. Love your comment, Wazzy Bazzy. Very well put. That is the way we roll. Wazzy Bazzy says it's unheard of. People do not realize the value of the buy-in versus the top prize. It's insanely good. Yeah, it's phenomenal. Wazzy Bazzy says he doesn't get the money to say this. And Apocalypse says, well done for pointing out we didn't pay you. That should fool them. Gotta keep the regs guessing. No, Stepan, 50 bigs, ace jack. He can be so aggressive. Those million chips in front of him. All those yellow chips are 1 million each, folks. We have reached 1 million for the big blind. I like saying it. 1 million rupees. Pepe in the small with king queen off suit. I think he just wants to be letting this one go.
Perfect moment. Just good timing. Good timing.
All the way around to Riyadh here. Ace-6 suited, 19 bigs, and the decision. Now, Riyadh is known for opening wide from any position. Sometimes. But I think he could just let this one go. Decides to use it in his min-raise folding range. Just needs to be really careful raising into so many people. There's a few short stacks. He knows what he's doing. It's not his first rodeo. Easy peasy, Japanesey. Don't think Lowe's is going to be calling with the 9 deuce. Nice pick up from Riyadh. Riyadh now with ace-4 diamonds. One would think if he just opened ace-6 suited, he would open this one too. But decides to just let it go, considering he got the hand before through. This is something that I used to do as well. If I get one through and I find myself in a very similar spot under the gun to follow in hand with an opener, I'll just let it go. Pepe is going to go for a 3-bet here to 7 million. This is exceptionally spicy stuff from Pepe. Pepe with 7-6 suited. I was not expecting to see the open from Eric even, but Pepe 3-betting to 7 mil, and we can see Eric, unless he wants to 4-bet rip it, this is just going to be a fold. And It really is tit for tat with the bottom three, with 10 big blinds, 10 big blinds, and 8 big blinds. Average stack is 21 big blinds. Eric now with jacks. Eric raises to 3 million with the jacks. Step ran in the small blind here, facing a 3x open. I think he just wants to let the king queen offsuit go, but it looks like he's going to see a flop. And Riyadh also with a pair of sevens. Just 2 million to call here for Riyadh. Just call. Ace, 3, deuce. Stepping, checking. Riyadh checking, and now Eric. I think he wants to put out a feeler bet here. Something around 3 mil, 3.5 mil. Goes for 4.5 mil. Yeah, just talking to him. Someone's clapping behind him. Riyadh lets it go. Buck says Riyadh tanking every move is getting ridiculous. He's always been very deliberate. Always takes his time with his decisions. He picks up on some sick reads. He's one of my favorite players to commentate on, but It's always a bit of a dance with him, all right? You got to wait. Zahara here in the hijack facing limp from Eric. Just going to be shoving this one. This limping strategy is fine at other parts of the tournament, but with the pressure on and these tickets up for grabs, massive ICM considerations, I don't think it's the best to be limping under the gun with hands like Queen 10 off suit. We're just going to burn money. These limps add up, and if we're going post flop, if someone raises into us, yes, we have control the pot to a certain degree, but it's just not good enough. It's not a good enough reason. Stulek is in the house. Hello, Stulek. Milan with pocket eights. Yeah, I just feel like if you keep, that's his second time to limp. You do that a couple of more times, that's 5 big blinds gone. And it's more because he called for 3.5 million a couple of hands ago and was forced to fold. Well, actually, no, he took that pot down, but it's not. I'm not talking in hindsight. It's in general, the general strategy. I don't think it's decent to be limping these kind of hands. There's just too much at stake, and we're not the chip leader at the table. If we want to be in a limp situation, we should be doing it from later position, not under the gun. It's important to note that I think it's fine to limp under the gun at other points in the tournament, especially early on in the rebuy period, whatever the case may be. But at the FT, it's a lot of our accumulating chips has been done. We need to pick our spots to try gain the most amount of EV and avoid these huge ICM confrontations. And look at this, we're about to see a confrontation here. Riyadh with ace king. Milan shoving from under the gun with pocket eights. Riyadh wants a count, but he's never folding here. It is all in and called. 21.5 million in the pot. 744 is the flop. Milan way out in front. Riyadh needing help here. Turn is a 10 of clubs, and now Riyadh needing an ace or a king on the river. He's going to send about 2/3 of his stack the other way. River is the 6 of spades. Riyadh has to suck it up. He's going to be left with 8 big blinds. Still very workable. Unlucky. Nothing he can do, of course. There we have it. Stepan 48 bigs, Pepe 30, Eric 29, Milan 22, Zaharaji 16, Lois 10, Riyadh 8, and Sponsor is the shortest stack with 5 big blinds. Stepan keeping the foot on the gas here, raising to 2.2 million with ace 10 off suit and the hijack. Eric, not the biggest fan of him calling here again against the chip leader, and he's out of position and he's unsuited with just ace 8. Sometimes again this is totally fine, but I don't think this is one of these spots. Jack 10-9 is the flop. 2 clubs. Eric is going to bet 2.5 million here. 8 clubs giving him an open ender, but he's got the arse end of it, as we say in Ireland. Stepan is going to call the small bet of 2.5 million. The board bricks, and now Eric in a tough spot. If he is to bet again, he definitely doesn't want to bet too small because there's a lot of missed draws out there. Looks like he's just going to give up. And Stepan going to be happy to take that one down, now playing 55 million. Pepe getting walked home. And you see them little mistakes there with the ace-8, and then it's just a compound of mistakes, in that we limp under the gun or we call in the small and suddenly we find ourselves bluffing on the turn, or we catch a piece of it and we call off a percentage of our chips, and you do that once or twice, suddenly you've lost like 10 big blinds. Blinds are going to be coming around fast and furious, devouring your stack. It's just in a very squirrely situation here with 8 remaining. There's just better opportunities to be getting our money across the line. Especially if we're going to be calling out of position against the chip leader. So sponsor all in for his last 5 big blinds with Queen Jack off suit. But did Pepe... It looked like Pepe folded there for 5 bigs with pocket 5s, which is very tight. I feel like he should be calling for 5 bigs. Definitely has to call for less, and any more we can give it careful consideration, considering pay jump between 8 and 7 is €4,300. And then the difference between 7th and 6th is $4.5 grand and a 10 grand ticket. So almost a 15 grand difference between 7th and 6th place. Riyadh is all in. He's going to get it through. Sponsor all in for 8 bigs here with Queen 10 suited. Sponsor all in for his 8 bigs under the gun +1 here. Queen 10 of diamonds going to take it down. And just look at that, like he's adding 2.5 million to his 8 million stack. Incredible pickup. Lowest on the button with 8 bigs. 7.5 is going to let it go with the king 4. Would have shoved that one, although ICM would say we need to be a bit tighter. Stepan is shoving from the small with Jack 7. Riyadh is calling correctly with Ace 10. And it's a 2-1 favourite for Riyadh to be sitting back down with just under 20 million big, or 20 million chips, which is good for 20 bigs. It's an ace in the window. Fantastic start for Riyadh on the Ace Queen 8. Turn is a 6. Riyadh will sit back down and be chuffed to bits. Lost with the Ace King against the 8s and now gets some redemption. Zaharaji in the hijack here with 13 bigs, Jack 10 off suit. I'm not the biggest fan of opening here, but no, I don't like it. He's got the big stack on the button. He's got Riyadh now with 20 big blinds in the small. Sponsor with King 9. Mux. I think it's all right into Sponsor's big. It's going to be tough for Sponsor to defend. He's been on the tighter side. He's been playing very honest. Blinds have gone up though. 600k is now the small blind. 1.2 million is now the big with a 1.2 million running big blind ante. That's 600, 1.2, 1.2. Stepping with the min raise in the cutoff with Ace 9. Big fold there from the Jack 9 suited. Expect to see him open that one. Sponsor 6 bigs on the button. Ace 3. He's got to go. And it's ill timing. Eric waking up with Ace King in the small blind. So it's all in and call. $18 million in the pot. 15 bigs. Eric needs to hold. King in the window. King, Queen, 9. And sponsor looks to be out of here. Turn is a 7, steals the deal. Sponsor will say his farewells. Unlucky for a good game. He will take home €9,800 for your efforts. We have min raises in the cutoff here. This is the biggest bubble in poker at Kings. Current payout is now €14,100. The next payout is €18,600 and a 10 grand ticket. That's the difference between 7th and 6th, folks. Eric with aces in the cutoff.
On the race, 3,600,000. Two class.
Goes for the full 3x.
5 of hearts and 7 of clubs.
Overkill going for the full 3x there with the nuts, the pre-flop nuts, but gets the job done now playing 35 million.
Everybody knows. Not my friend. Everybody knows. What? You're on fire. You're running good. Huh? Seems like.
6 bucks.
Yeah, but don't do this for you. You know.
7 plus. On the race, 2.4. 2 class.
Eric with ace 9, min raising in the hijack. Zaharaji's turn to have aces, 10 bigs in the small. So strange to me that Eric is now using a min raise with ace 9, but just went a full 3x to hand before with aces. I don't understand that at all. Zahra, you're going to open this one and call from the small. Now, under normal circumstances, I would say this is a dead giveaway that Zaharaji has a monster. Lois is deciding to call here with 10-4 offsuit in the big blind. Ay, caramba.
All check. 5 check.
2 checks, and now Eric. Ace 9. Like, if Eric wants to bet here, he's going to have to bet tiny. We thought it looks like he's going for a large sizing. Oh dear. Oh God. Araji shoves. When you bet 5 million, it's only 6.3 million more for Eric to call, but he just has the 9 of diamonds in his hand with ace high. It's not going to be good enough. And what a moment this is for Zaharaji. And it's only 6.3 million more for Eric to call into a pot of 24.7 million. To let it go, but if he's going to do that, he should be just betting about 2.4, maybe 3 million. Eric raising to 3.4 million with the ace queen. Ace 5 suited out of the way. And for Lois, I think this is the time to stack off. So Lois has called the 600k behind, which is half a big blind. Up is 963. Lois reluctantly, dejectedly puts a half a big blind into the pot. 10.4 million out there. Lois going to need big trouble, big help, or he's going to be in big trouble. Turn is the king of hearts. Lois can make it straight now with a jack. But the river is a 5 of hearts. Eric has eliminated Lois in 7th place. Lois will take home €14,100 for his efforts. That means 6 players remaining, folks, and they are all guaranteed the 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event, and they are now going to fight it out as gladiators for the first prize. The ring and all the glory that comes with it. €111,600 is what is first in this tournament if you're just tuning in. And things could get very violent very quick now because they've all secured that ticket. The nitty-gritty chess match part of this situation has concluded, but the pay jumps are massive, so there is still significant ICM considerations. Apocalypse has just informed me that someone has broke the night bot. A hacker in the midst. Saharaji making a 2.6 million to go in the cutoff. Riyadh now in the big blind with King 8. Jack 5-3 is the flop after Riyadh defending with King 8. Zaharaji with second pair, ace kicker. Riyadh coming up short. About a 2.4 million here from Zaharaji, the delayed C bet, but Riyadh has spiked the king. So betting a call in the river is the 7 of diamonds. Almost 12 million in the pot. River goes check, check, and now Riyadh will be playing 28 million and Zaharaji under 20 mil. Zaharaji would fire a second time. Zaharaji with a pair of fives was one and done after checking back the flop. Happy raised to 2.5 million with the ace 5. Eric getting there on the river, did have an open ender on the flop, turn coming to 10 of clubs. Things getting worse for Pepe. 6.8 million out there. Eric gonna go for some thin value. Best 3.5 mil. Stepan in the cutoff here with ace jack of spades with 36 bigs. Stepan takes down the blinds and antes. Small blind here with 10 bigs for Milan. Just wants to be shoving this one. £4.5 pay jump between 6th and 5th. No. More. Difference between €8,600 and €23,300. Pepe in the small blind with Queen Jack off suit, 18 bigs. Looks like he's just going to shove. And Zahraji has got sevens in the big blind. He's going to have to call this one. Sevens is going to be a bit too strong here, blind v blind. It's close, don't get me wrong, but I think it's definitely 8s plus. You can fold deuces, 3s, 4s, 5s. I think 6s and 7s are close. I think we just have to call with 7s. Does call. Big flip here for this tournament. Pepe, 45% equity. Zaharaji, 55. Jack comes on the flop with a 9 and a 6. Turn is a 10. Pepe now 94% equity as we hit the river. Zaharaji will be 1 foot out the door. River is the 3 of diamonds. Zaharaji has been eliminated. Unlucky, sir. Good game. He will take home a 10 grand ticket and 18,600 euro for his efforts. That means 5 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of 23,300 euro. Apocalypse says getting through this FT pretty quick. Thought it would be a marathon. We've had some long heads up battles recently. Don't forget it. I know people like you at that hour will be in bed, like, but we don't quit at halftime, Apocalypse. You say you're 3/4 Irish. How many years did you spend in Ireland, or did you live here at all, or is it just from your parents?
Okay. Very good information for me. Very good information. And you fold also? You fold? Huh? Fold? You stay focused. Because normally I speak the first. I'm not sure, but I think. Big plan, bro. But thank you, it's very good information.
Riyadh now under the gun. 8s, 22 bigs. I've never lived there, he says, just from parents and grandparents, been a fair few times though. Yeah, have you been to Galway? Galway's incredible. I lived in Galway for a decade. Riyadh making a 2.7 and Stepan in the big blind with ace-9. 5-handed action now, folks. We are getting spoiled so far. It's been fast and furious. Hope you're enjoying the show at home. Stepan calling for additional 1.5 million, flopping best with his pair of 9s ace kicker. 6.6 million in the pot. Turn us 10 of diamonds. River giving to the step on. Trying to go get some value. That's 3 mil. Unless Riyadh is planning something spicy here, he's just going to be letting this one go. He's got a straight blocker with the 8s. Ace King here for Eric. Nice pickup there from the Ace 9. Uh-oh, we've got action. Eric raising to 3.6 million. Milan. 2 ladies in the hijack. This could be a big one. Milan chugs. Eric will call. It's about to be some big pop poker up in here. 16 million is the shove from Milan. 12.4 is the call from Eric. And it's the 35 million pot. One of the biggest we've seen of the tournament. Here we go. It's a king. King 9-5. And now Milan needing big help. Turn giving Eric top 2. Milan down to 1 card. And he needs a lady. And he needs a lady fast. It's another 9. Milan has been eliminated in 5th place. Good game, sir. Unlucky. We'll now go 4-handed. 5th place will take home a 10 grand ticket and 23,300 euro for his efforts. All players remaining guaranteed just under 30,000 euro. 29,400 now is the current payout.
much you have? You can count, my friend, after. You can count to stack after. You can see because free raise 2.5.
This is starting to even out now nicely. Stepping with 48 mil, Pepe with 40 mil. Then you've got Riyadh, who's always in contention. And then you've got Eric, of course, now paying over 50 mil as well. So suddenly these guys a lot deeper than they were for all of the final table so far, and they're not too different in chip stacks compared to the first and fourth. Ockham says, keep getting ace, king versus queen, queen. This will be done in no time. There's a bit of play in this yet, boys. There's life in the old girl yet. Yeehaw! Yeah, yeah. Stepping, raising. King, queen off suit. Anti-Fortnite is asking, how much does the winner versus second get? You can see the payouts right above you, right above your message. 8-6 deuce is the flop. Pepe defending with ace-9. Blinds have just gone up as well, by the way. 800k is the small blind. 1.6 mil is the big blind with a 1.6 mil running big blind ante. That's 800, 1.6, 1.6. Pepe betting 3 mil. Stepping, lets it go. Anthony says, oops, thank you, missed the message above, too invested in the stream. No problem at all. Enjoy the show. Riyadh with Jack 10 here, 13 bigs, and the decision. Jack 10 off suit. Asking how much chips people have, but they all have him well pipped at this stage. So he does just move all in. Under the gun is now the cutoff as well. You have to remember that we are four-handed. Eric with the min raise at ace 4. And Pepe is going to use the Jack 7 of hearts here as a 3-bet to 10 million. Putting the pressure back on Eric. Pepe now with 50 mil. Taking one away from Eric. Pepe raising, Riyadh in the small, 8 suited, 13 big. I like a jam here if we're Riyadh. The reason being, Pepe is going to be opening wide enough to make this a profitable jam. We are the shortest stack. We're sandwiched in between the as well. So we've got to take our rejamming spots here, and this is a good one to do it with. Yeah, does rejam. Riyadh gets that one through. Picks up some well-needed chips. And Stepan's best live cash before this is 5K. He has total live earnings of $8,682. So what a moment this is for that man. Can't find Eric at all on Hendon Mob, so perhaps he's never had a live cash. Eric with the min raise, 8-7 of clubs. Takes it down.
It's expensive now, it's not. It's very expensive. Very, very expensive. I need to protect my brand.
Pepe opening on the button, the 3.5 mil, king 5 of diamonds. Takes it down. So Pepe raising 3.5, and Eric probably just going to let this 10-5 offsuit go. Riyadh with 15 bigs here on the button with ace deuce offsuit. And here we go. Riyadh all in for 25 mil on the button. Pepe wants to count. He's not going to be fully pocket nines. Surely he's just calling this one. I don't think he needs a count. Come on, lads. He looks and then calls. Riyadh won't be happy to see that. Just 32% of the time he will be staying in this tournament, but when he does, he will have a huge stack. Pepe 68% here with pocket nines to eliminate the maestro Riyadh Farhat in 4th place. 52.2 million in this one. Here we go. He flops a straight. I don't believe it. Or is a deuce. River is a queen. How do you stop this man? Riyadh Farhat doubles up and is now playing 52.2 million. Pepe is now down to 15 bigs. They essentially swap stacks. Unbelievable stuff by the Frenchman. You got a feel for Pepe there. If he just holds there, he's got 70 million and 70, nearly 80 million of chips in play. Going three-handed. Instead, he doubles up one of the toughest regs at the King's Resort. What a difference a hand makes. We're getting all the drama here this evening, folks. Pepe now the short stack with 15 bigs, and Riyadh, Stepan and Eric all very, very similar in chips. Not much separating them. 5 bigs between the three. Eric takes the blinds and onto the baseline. Stepan is going to complete in the small blind with 8-7 off suit, and Riyadh is going to check his option, most likely with 10-6 suited. And he bumps up to about 6 mil, 5.8 to go. Stepan lets it go. Hi, Janet. Janet is in the house. Hello. Janet. Riyadh giving a walk, a rare sight. Riyadh raising to 3.5 million with ace deuce of spades, and Pepe going a call with 7-5 of diamonds in the big. Pepe going to check with 7-5 of diamonds over to Riyadh on 10-10-8. $1.6 million is the bet. Takes it down. Riyadh with the min raise here with Jack 7 of hearts, and Eric has kings on the button. Kings of kings here for Eric. Bird says he's out. See you in a while, Bird. Fly away. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for your help. This 3-bet is an exact min raise. Riyadh will call 3.2 million additional. This pot now almost 17 million as we see the flop. Flop is king 9-3. Nothing in it at all for Riyadh. Eric with a really fast check back. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. And Riyadh picking up a straight draw. It just depends on what he makes of Eric's 3-betting range. Eric min 3-betting on the button here. Really screaming strength to me anyway. Riyadh does have a straight draw though. He might decide to bet small here and see where he's at. If he's going to bet, he only needs to bet about third pot, like 5.5, 6 million. This is going to put pressure on 8s, 7s. We block 7s. He could have a hand that contains a 10. Queens might check back the flop. Jacks might check back the flop. We block jacks and 7s. So I don't know how mad I am with the bet from Riyadh for 7.5 mil. And Eric just decides to put an end to it and shove. Elevated Steam puts the kings into the chat. We need some new emotes, I think. We need to get creative up in here. But I do like the pocket kings. Who doesn't like the Cowboys? UTS Bros says yellow card. Yeah. Yeah, but hold on. Actually, I'm going to take it back because we need to clearly see what people are writing into the chat. And if you start spamming emotes, Apocalypse could get very, very frustrated. He'll be getting out hammers, banning everyone. Well, it looks like he's on board for it. So, yeah, let's add some poker emotes in the chat. I'm all for making this the most fun, interactive space that we can. The channel has grown over 100% in the last 16 to 18 months, and I expect it to just continue to grow. Great to see so many of you tuning in on a Monday evening / night. Stepan raising the 4 million here from the small with Queen Jack suited, and Riyadh in the big with Jack 10 suited. This could get interesting. Both players with monsters. Blind v blind anyway. Monster mightn't be the right word, but very playable hands for both players here. Just 2.4 million more for Riyadh to call. He could move all in with this combo, but I think we just want to see a flop in position. Looks like he's going for a raise. That's not a raise, that's an all-in. This is one of these rare situations where Riyadh can jam and get a better hand to fold. If we're going to play it like this with the Queen Jack suited, I'm just completing the small and then call a raise, so I can make sure I see at least 3 cards on the flop. Otherwise, what we could do is just straight up rip small into big. But with such a playable hand, I think the best play is to just complete the small. When we make a 4 mil, we get jammed on, we just have to fold, and that makes me sad. Big pick up there for Riyadh, uncontested. I was sure we would just see him call. Stepping on the button here with pocket sevens, 21 bigs, and the decision. Raises to 3.6 mil. And Eric just wants to be rejamming here from the big blind. And Stepan has a raise call, in my opinion, four-handed. If he wasn't going to raise call this combo or this pocket pair of sevens, then he should just jam it himself. I know that seems like so many chips to jam from the button here at nearly 22 big blinds, but if we're going to raise fold, then we might as well jam ourselves. And it looks like Eric is going to 3-bet. I think he's better off just straight ripping, but this actually might get sevens to fold because this is going to look so strong. It's a 3-bet to 8 mil. It's only 4.4 million more for Stepan to see a flop, but seven's not going to play that well post-flop. So it's just a matter of whether he folds, jams, or calls. I think getting those kind of odds doesn't feel great to just shove over the top when we can see a flop for 4.4 million more, so he does just call. It's essentially just a min raise with a little bit of cheese on top, and he flops a set. Wow. Jack 7-4, just one overcard here to Eric's pocket nines. Stack to pot ratio, not quite 1-to-1, but there's 18.4 million out there, and Stepan only has 26 million left in his stack. So what is Eric's plan here? Eric betting 10 million. Now, if we're Stepan, do we just shove it all in here and make it look like a draw or a large jack? Or do we just call? I think calling is probably better. We can call and still have 16.7 million behind. What a hand developing here. 38.4 million in the pot. Turn is the 4 diamonds, and now Stepan with a full house. And Eric probably just going to shove this one to try and get his opponent to fold a draw, or maybe even a jack. He does go all in. Stepan snaps him off, and Eric is going to need a 9 on the river, or he is going to be back down to 30 million, which is just under 20 big blinds. Look at the size of this pot, 71.8 million. River is the 6 of hearts. Stepan now your chip leader. Once more, Eric will be gutted. To be fair, had he just rejammed pre, Stepan most likely wasn't folding sevens. Okay, folks, we are going to go on a break for 15 minutes. But there's been so much drama. It's been action-packed. It has not disappointed in the slightest. So we are going to come back and put a ribbon on this thing, crown a champion. And we'll see you all in a few moments.
was his real name. One like an EPT.
Oh yeah.
Like oversold in another one and scammed people a bunch. And now he's dead.
Let's move it along. I'm sorry I brought it up.
He goes in now. He just goes in now. He's dead.
Hey, you suck out of me, you eventually die. That's the rules.
Fair enough.
I rarely get in ahead, so most of you guys are safe.
That's some brutal table chatter. Not gonna lie. Anyway, moving on. Here we are. Green Dreams, I believe the answer is yes. Over 5,000 of you tuning in across the board as we jump back into this. How about that for a flop, ladies and gentlemen? Small blind v hijack could be absolute carnage. King, Jack, Jack, hand number 96 of the tournament.
He's got sweats, you know.
Adams with trip jacks, queen kicker, Pidden with trip jacks, 10 kicker, ace or a king would chop it. 2 to come, 1.9 in the middle. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. Adams going nowhere.
12.
Understandably so.
11.95 to be exact.
Deuce of spades on the turn, changes nothing.
No.
Hidden, understandably not slowing down on the turn. 1.3 into 3.4.
You fully retired now, or what?
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
You know that spot where you folded 7s?
No.
I opened into Tim's big
No
line.
active businesses.
Yeah.
8. Yeah, super tight spot for me, obviously. What would you 4-bet versus or pass? What would
Adams
you?
just makes the call. 4 spades. Backdoor spades do get there. 6 million in the middle. Don't think Adams will be folding to a jam if Pidden decides to. Does announce all in. And
can I just have a confirm account?
it's just going to ask for a quick count before flicking in the call, one would assume. And we're going to be down to the final 5 players unless Timothy Adams folds trips here. Obviously losing to ace jack, king jack. Does make the call. Jack no good for Pidden, outpipped by 1. And ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 5 players here
Good game, man.
in the 50K Diamond High Roller.
Wow, I didn't realize you guys were...
So we lose Daniel Pidden in 6th place, 119,500 euros for his efforts.
What you had, King Jack and...
Ice Cold Spear says it's hard to kill D, but not gonna lie, yes, my boy getting it done. And Paul Flat getting right back on the horse. 2 very playable hands back to back. Kardashians in the hole for him.
20 big blinds in the chip lead.
800. Comes with the min this time. Granite gets out the way.
Oh, wow.
It's a cruel game sometimes.
It really is. This entire final table has just been so cruel. Ben Heath came in 1 of 9, out in 7th, I believe. Out in 6th, rather. Julian Martini announces himself, and Bourbois just gets the click call with the Cowboys. Going to win this 4 out of 5 times, and he's going to have a huge chip lead.
Oh, wow.
King of spades too.
Queen, Jack, 10. Middle set for the Frenchman, but he's not out of dodge yet. Ace or a 9 would give Paul a straight. King would give him a bigger set, and obviously running spades also working for him.
Wow.
Ace, King, 9,
right? Turn.
Wow, could be down to 2 million. 6-hit game. Really unfortunate for him, unless he can find a miracle river.
Ace, 9 or King needed. 9-ball corner pocket. And the Triton boss man extends his arm as a token of GG's to Julian Martini. 5th place. Get some GG's in the chat for a true legend of the game. 107k. And now the Triton head honcho, chip leader with 4 left, looking for bracelet number 1.
Absolutely. Really unfortunate run out is the hope that kills you, as we say. But a valiant effort from Martini, out in 4th place.
And you stumble across cobras and all sorts of creepy crawlies when you're out in the dark. It's too hot to wear trainers. That little layer of protection. I'm talking out my ass. We already know that the socks don't help. If a cobra wants a little snag of a toe. Chat, I'm getting delirious. Okay, we're 14 hours in. I feel like Joey Ingram on one of his deep dive investigations, minus the edibles. Shout out Pappy. Damn it, I'm saying Henry currently 3-bet jamming every live situation at the moment and winning. Yeah, dodging bullets, baby. I'm going to run into it eventually. BNK said, what's the start time tomorrow? Way too early for me. I'm going to be kicking off at 1 p.m. Central European time. So, 9 hours from now. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. We got a bit of a cooler here. Oh boy. Danny gonna have to pull an old Rose Stucco on Riyadh, who sucked out with the 10s against Queens for the chip lead pot against Punat Punsri earlier on. Oh, well, 110 dead. Not helping the young Dane. .34 big blinds effective. Lift off time, chat. Danny does announce himself, and he is in rough shape. Already seen a 10 dead. Heart's working for him, but he's going to need to pull a miracle out of the hat. 14 hours into the day. 5 cards away from elimination. That could have been That 10 spot earlier, Rio just gets the click call, cards on their backs. 2.9 million chip pot. 43 left in the record-breaking World Series of Poker Europe main event. If the Frenchman can hold, it's going to be up to over 5.4 million. 9-5 deuce. Bergmos drawing to 1 out twice for his tournament life. 8 of diamonds changes nothing other than the tease of it being 4 across. 10 of spades and a 10 of spades only. No dice. Gonna lose Danny Bergmos in 43rd. GG's, chat.
Oh my god, it's King 7 deuce. It seems like this mightn't be the end. Oh, and it is the end. Deuce on the turn ends it. Gal is going to be our champion.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
All right, folks, we are back for handed action. Blinds have gone up. Small blind is now 1 million. Big blind is now 2 million with a 2 million running big blind ante. That's 1 mil, 2 mil, 2 mil. 1 arm, 2 arm. So look at the pot there, 5 million up for grabs every time you successfully take down the blinds and antes. What a four-handed affair this is turning out to be. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the No Limit Hold'em mini main event of the World Series of Poker circuit events taking place live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. All players have locked up a minimum of €29,400 and a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker main event, the European version, which is coming very soon. Less than 2 months for that main. Riyadh with the min, King 8 of spades. Eric just lets pocket trees go. Wouldn't have hated a rejam there from the pocket trees, sub 20 bigs. Probably a bit gun shy after losing such a large chunk of his stack with the pocket nines. Pepe just at 6 bigs now. A disaster for anyone to bust before Pepe. The difference of €12,600 is the difference between fourth and third. A massive paid jump. So step and going for 5 mil. But the ace-6 will take it down. Pepe will shove 6 bigs with queen 4 of diamonds in the cutoff. I actually think he should just let the queen 4 and queen 3 and queen deuce suited go and shove queen 5 suited plus. Probably even a little bit tighter with the ICM. Riyadh with the min, king 7, and Eric with the rejammable pocket 8s here in the small blind. Just shove all in. Pepe gets out of the way. Riyadh lets it go. Apocalypse says, Dan, do you know what date you and Alan would be working together? It is my belief that I have requested to have him in the booth for Tuesday the 10th of October and 9th of October if he is needed. He's busy with his Twitch channel at the moment, so I'll get him for as much of that event as I can. But most likely the Monday and the Tuesday, definitely the Tuesday, the 10th of October. Octaves asks, am I doing the World Series of Poker Europe this year? Is Henry coming in again? I have made plans to have holidays around that time, so I have not been told anything. You're better off asking management these questions and then you can tell me, Apocalypse. I just stay ready so I don't have to get ready. Pepe shoving into small for 13.5 million with the pocket trees. Step on my 8-7 of hearts in the big. I know the crack, Apocalypse. I get you. I just worry about tomorrow. I like to think I'm a guru there. I only worry about tomorrow, but it depends what you have to do tomorrow. If tomorrow's very worrying, then you don't want to be worrying about tomorrow. Worrying about the future, you might as well just be in a rocking chair going back and forward. And the trees get that one through. Pepe going McQueen, deuce off, suit on the button here is far too wide. No need to be shoving the queen deuce off, guys. This isn't even a shove for chip. Never mind the ICM considerations. Ivan says he's playing to win, I guess, but it's just with a deuce, a 3, or a 4 in your hand, they're the cards that you want your opponents to fold in the small and the bigs. You want to unblock them from having those as their kickers. So when we don't, they're just not great hands to shove, and if we are called, they just perform horrifically in a post-flop situation or an all-in situation. Never mind, post flop. Stepping with ace queen on the button. Riyadh with a very rejammable ace-4 from the small here, facing the open of Stepan for 4.5 mil. Usually just want to be rejamming these combos. Really tough to make a 3-bet off sub 20 bigs to start the hand, and if we fold this one, we're getting run over a bit. Well, it's not that we're getting run over, it's just the Stepan can be opening very wide, so we need to have some rejams in our range, and ace-4 is a good combo to do it with. But Riyadh plays on a very elite level at times, and he's really deliberate in sniffing out information, so if he thinks Stepan is strong, he might just let it go. And making a 3-bet here is a different option he could go with. Interesting to see what Riyadh does here. It's a 3-bet. 3-bet to 12 million, leaving himself with 15 bigs, 14 bigs behind. Interesting stuff. Decided he had enough that he could do this with. We can see it won't work though. Stepan just going to have to 4-bet rip this one. Unless he thinks Riyadh is super strong. He could call and go post flop, but it's just such a good pickup pre if he can just get 12 million off Riyadh just like that. Wow, wow, wow. Because it looked so strong, Stepan decides to let ace queen off go. Riyadh getting away with bloody murder there. Incredible stuff. Wow, what? How does he get away with it? And the crowd in the chat goes wild. I'll tell you why that worked, because it's not a stack size that you often see a 3-bet fold from when there's a button open and we're in the small sub 20 big. So it looks like it's rarely going to be a bluff, and if it's rarely going to be a bluff and it's weighted towards value, it's going to be very strong in the value category. I just I don't know how often that works, but it worked this time. Eric 14 bigs with king 8 diamonds should shove this on the button, but decides to let it go. This is far too tight from Eric Pepe in the small blind. Ivan says it's the 12k money difference. Well, you see, he's the covering stack, so I thought at the very least we would see him call in position. And Stepan, I couldn't even find him on Hendon Mob. Most likely he's never had a cash before. So that factored into his decision making as well. So you make a good point there, Ivan. It's the money difference. Stefan with 32 bigs now, Riyadh with 24, and then Eric and Pepe tied with 14 bigs apiece. What a four-handed battle this is starting to be. And the difference between Stepan just 4-bet ripping there and taking it down, and Riyadh getting away with it, is that Riyadh is on his toes. Ivan says for 250 euros, buy in the 12k difference is a lot. Yeah, it is a lot. It's over 40 buy-ins. Oh yeah, we did see Stepan. He had 8k in winnings. It was the other fella, Eric, I couldn't find. Never mind. But still, they haven't played for this kind of money before. It's very obvious. Eric with 10s in the big blind. Stepan raising to 4.2 million with the queen deuce of spades. Eric reships. Now Eric playing 40 million, almost 39. So he's now very close to 20 big blinds. Stepan raising with the ace-9. Riyadh with ace-5 of clubs. All options open for Riyadh here. He could 3-bet, he could jam, he could call in position. Option number 4 is the fold, and I don't think that is the option this man will be taking. Three-way action to the flop. Calling for an additional 2.2 mil. 15.6 million in this pot now as we see the flop. King, king, queen is the flop. Pepe way out in front here. Pepe going with a tiny bet of 2.5 million. Really repping that king. Riyadh is going to call. And now stack the pot ratio less than 1-to-1. Stepan can't continue here with ace-9, I don't think. That looks like an all-in. Oh, sorry. So Pepe has continued. Riyadh has called, and Pepe has moved all in over the top. It's getting mixed up with the players there. It is Pepe in the big blind taking that one down. Now he's playing 42 million. And you see he's got 42 million, so that's 25% of all the chips in play. There's less than 100 bigs in play between the four of them. Pepe is just going to complete here in the small blind with Jack 9. Pepe bets 2.5 mil. Step on in the small with Jack 8 off suit. King 7-6 is the flop. Goes check, check. Turn is the King of Hearts. Step on checking again. And now with a pair on the river is going to check. It's for about a 4.5 million. And for Stepan, he's just going to have to pay the man here. Who's paid a man? And that's a big pot there in the direction of Stepan. Riyadh now under 30 mil once more. Step up, raising 4.2 million on the button with 10-9 of diamonds. Eric going to call for an additional 2.2. And on the turn here with 11.4 in the middle, 11.4 million in the middle. Eric checking once more and Stepan betting 3.7 this time with his flush draw. Takes that one down with a bet. Chase. Which says, is C7 maxed from Guess Who? Not familiar with Max from Guess Who, I don't think. Now, Pepe raising to 5 million with 9-8. I think Stepan's best course of action here is the straight up rejam, but he might just want to see a flop for 3 million more. Does call. It's a better flop here for Pepe than Stepan with the King 10. But for 3 million, I would definitely be called. I think he's going to turn his hand into a bluff. Raises to 9 million. Asian champion asked, could you ask somebody from Kings where the interviews can be watched? I believe the interviews can be watched where it depends what channel is interviewing them. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, Pepe raising to 4.5 million, Stepan 3-betting to 12 million, and Riyadh waking up with the Kings at Kings in the big blind. This man is godlike, picking up the Kings in this spot. And Riyadh does move all in for 30 million total, and now it is 18.5 million back to Stepan. No insta call is good news for Riyadh. On to call now. this is horrible for Stepan because there's 49 million in the pot and it's just 18.5 million to call. And when he 3-bet the 12 million, he should have had the intention in his head to call Riyadh or fold if Riyadh goes all in over the top. Quality fold there from Stepan. And that's a big pickup there for Riyadh, uncontested. Albeit he would have loved a call. Riyadh completes the Jack 4 suited, and Eric in the big with ace 9 should just be jamming this one for 13 bigs. Let's just check it back. And 7-3 here with 2 spades. Riyadh was going to bet and then decided against it. I thought this would be one of the better combos for him to bet. Turn into deuce of hearts. He would have had backdoor straight draw, or backdoor draw, but decided to check. Next second time. And Eric checks. Behind River is Jack of Diamonds, and Riyadh was hoping to get a bite from Eric on the river there. Eric with 12 bigs at ace 10 off suit in the small. Pepe's going to call for 2.5 million more, and this is a big pot for both of these players because there's 11 million already in the middle, and both players playing almost identical stuff. And Pepe flopping the world here with a straight. Again, I don't know why Eric doesn't just raise it or just straight up jam it. He can avoid these situations. $2.5 million was the bet from Pepe, and Eric is going to call with ace-10. Turn is the 3 of diamonds. I'd be betting 5 million here now on the turn, setting up a river jam. Eric does eventually let it go, and now Pepe playing 18 big blinds and Eric under 10 big blinds. Blinds have gone up now. 1.2 million is the small blind. 2.5 million is the big blind, with a 2.5 million running big blind ante. And Max says Eric is just missing these spots where he can pick up easy and much more important chips. Yeah, he's just a bit gun shy. He's missed a few crucial shoves. And he just wants to shove this one. He just no need to raise, call it. I guess he's essentially committing himself anyway, but just stick it in. That's a very good point, Mac. Now you see how they're faring out. There's not much in it. One double up from Eric, and Eric is back as the chip leader. Stepping with 22 bigs, Riyadh 21, and Pepe 14. This is fast and furious from here on out. I love it. Hope you're all enjoying the show at home. We are going to crown a champion. One of these four is going to be your winner of the mini main No Limit Hold'em World Series of Poker Circuit event, live from the King's Resort in Rosledov. Fold around a step and into small with 10-4 diamonds. Stepan makes it 5.5 mil to go with 10-4 diamonds. Riyadh just wants to be re-jamming this one. It's a pair. And Riyadh shoves it on him. Stepan just leaving himself too open to this move from such an accomplished player. Max says, yeah, like blind v blind, ace-9 off or ace-10 off, 12 to 14 bigs deep. What more do you want? Your goal is to have more chips than Pepe and let him bust first. I'm predominantly a turbo specialist for many years online, and for some spots here, it brings me back to my heyday, and I'm wondering, do we still do the same things that I would have done a few years ago? Because the game has evolved and changed a lot. You see it on GG. I know this isn't online, but I'm trying to compare where having 10 to 15 bigs, even 20 bigs, they're doing things that they never would have done when I was at the height of my powers a few years ago in these turbo scenarios, and that is what you're dealing with here. So players mightn't be up to speed, excuse the pun, on how to play off these stack sizes. They're used to having more chips and more maneuverability towards making mistakes, etc. And Eric gets a walk and he had an ace. But was he even calling off with the ace? I don't even know. See, here we go again, a classic example. Eric wants to take this move away from Pepe. The golden opportunity to just shove and take down the blinds and antes with a hand as strong as King 6. And Pepe getting away with murder. It's funny because Pepe is stealing from Eric, but then Pepe is losing out against the other two. Max says, yeah, poker has evolved so much. Love these 3-bet bluffs off 15 to 20 big blind stacks. It looks so nutted. Back in the day, almost no one would do this stuff. Yeah, I think the ace-queen hand was a great example of that. Farhat getting his opponent to fold by 3-betting to 12 mil off a 20 big blind stack. So 6 bigs it was with the ace-4 off suit. Yeah, not all in 3 bets. I understand you. Yeah. And Pepe in the small blind 14 bigs just wants to shove, so he does. Stepan raising 5.5 million. This time he's got the goods. Ace queen off stout. And Riyadh just lets it go. Strong fold there from Riyadh, getting really good odds to see a flop. Probably coming to the conclusion that Stepan is not just going to do that again after losing several hands blind v blind against Riyadh. Pepe wants to be rejabbing this one against the wide button open of Riyadh. Riyadh lets it go. Riyadh with 18 bigs, pocket sixes. What way does he want to play this one? This one I'm going to play best as a jam a lot of the time off 18 bigs, but I know Riyadh can find ways of accumulating chips in other spots. So I expect to see him just make it about 6 mil. Goes for 5.5. Especially with Eric sub 10 bigs. Obviously going to raise call him. And for Stepan, wants to be calling this one. And he does call. As Hannah Disco says, Riyadh had some huge wins at Kings. He's had 4 wins this year. Going for number 5. Bet a 3.5 mil from Riyadh. Stepan checks with his 2 pair here on the turn. Now Riyadh might try bet this a second time to get Stepan to fold a jack or some clubs. That looks like a bet of close to 10 million. 10 million is the bet for Stepan. He might want to protect his hand here with 2 pair. But I think there's merit to just calling. Probably plays better as a check call. And stack the pot ratio well under 1-to-1 as we hit the river. River is the ace of diamonds. Check from Stepan, and now Riyadh has put himself in a sticky situation. Riyadh thinking of all the combos that contain a 10 that Stepan would defend with, and there is a lot. There's the Jack 10, the King 10, the Queen 10, Ace 10 would rejam. King 10 maybe would rejam a considerable portion of the time, but with Eric and 7 big blinds, I think Riyadh might just pull the trigger here. He does move all in. Oh my God. Putting Stepan in a world of hurt. This is hand of the tournament today for me, folks. Riyadh deciding that if Stepan doesn't have a 10, has he got the minerals to call? And Stepan, it's for his tournament life. They're basically dead even in chips, and what's got to be going through Stepan's mind here is that Eric only has 7 bigs. There's a 12 grand pay jump between 4th and 3rd. Now, what I would be thinking here is if Riyadh had an ace that now has 2 pair, he would most likely be checking the river. So hands like Ace Queen, Ace King, Ace Jack, surely they would just want to get to showdown here. Not going to be jamming for value in case your opponent has a 10. That's a lot of combos that Riyadh probably doesn't have when he jams this river. So it's a very polarizing situation. It's nuts or air. And Riyadh gone to his happy place, so stoic, trying not to give anything away. There's 68.8 million in this pot. It is 27 million for Stepan to call. As ECW King asks, could I make this call? It's easy for me to say I'd be able to make the call if I was sitting in that seat, but I'm not. Wow. Riyadh showing the bluff. That is why he's in the executive committee. What a man, what a player. Big balls taking that one down, betting flop, turn and river. And now he's playing close to 70 million in chips. They're the kind of bluffs that put hairs on your chest. If you're asking me, would I have the minerals to call on that river? I don't think Riyadh is going to value jam a lot of hands that contain an ace in them. So it's a matter of how much 10x we think Riyadh has. And I think a lot of his 10x checks the turn. So it's certainly not an easy call. You have to be pretty certain that Riyadh is triple barrel bluffing. As ECW said, it's a 10 or nothing. Chef back in the house, who was tuning in late last night. Must have got a taste for his chef. He's back. Hello, Chef. He was with us till the last hand last night, about 4 a.m. I think it was. 4 a.m. at King's. Maybe a little bit earlier. Eric is all in with queens. I am excited after that one. That has got me going. So if we're to break that hand down, and I might throw it in a solver midweek, but no solver talk on this channel because it's so hard to know what way these players are going to play. You can't equate that into a solver. It just doesn't work. So if he checks all sets and he checks all 2 pairs, then it comes down to how many 10x combinations he has, and I don't think he has many, because I think a lot of 10x combinations try to pot control on the turn. The way that played out, I think we do have to call when we have 2 pair. But on the biggest of stages here, playing for over 100 grand, Riyadh manages to pull it off. And that shows the difference in the caliber of opponent, because Riyadh able to obliterate the field in certain spots that the other players are just not going to be capable of. It's not that they can't pull out these bluffs, it's just Riyadh is very comfortable in this situation, having won 4 titles already at this resort this year. Gavi said a 6-6 spot, ace on the river was a miracle card for him to ship it, otherwise he would have gave up the hand for sure. Oh, and here we go. Riyadh is shoving on Eric, and Eric waking up with aces. Wow. I would not be surprised. I would be shitting it if I had aces and I was Eric right now, because Riyadh, he's just a very hard man to take down and beat. Here we go. $47 million in the pot. It's ace queen 4. That's about as worse as the situation as Eric could see. He flops a set. Riyadh still with 26%. Turn is the 7 of spades. You wanted action. We got action. 15% equity for Riyadh as we hit the river. It's the 7 of clubs. Oh no, he's got a full house. I thought Riyadh had done it, but Eric doubles up. And he is astonished. This is brilliant entertainment. This is what we go to school for, ladies and gentlemen. Class is in session. I love it. Action-packed, thrilling, four-handed affair. And it ain't over yet. So Riyadh take it, and now he give it away. Or whatever way the expression goes. Lads, there was nothing wrong with that shove. That shove was magnificento. Standard stuff. Massively standard shove, sub 10 bigs into the big blind, blind v blind. There hasn't been enough of that. That's what's wrong with you. You're desensitized to seeing all-ins blind v blind because people aren't shoving enough from the small. There's been a massive leak at this final table. Eric in the small now with King 6 of hearts. Eric has just called, and Pepe is going to check. Pepe's still having Eric covered, by the way. This is getting very close to being even on all four fronts. 9-5-9 is the flop. And this is an interesting card on the turn here, the 6 of spades. Pepe betting 3 million. Eric wants to be calling this one. It's not even a question. Well, there's always a question, but for this price, does call. River is the king of spades, giving Eric 2 pair now. Eric will take this one down. Pepe not going to try bluff when he has the 6 in his hand. Riyadh with ace king here, 16 pigs. Riyadh is just going to straight up jam 16 pigs with the ace king. And everyone will fold. Step on now to clear short stack, playing 8 big blinds and just about to post his small. He's not going to be liking all this swapping of chips going on with the other three. Pepe now on the button with ace king. Pepe raising to 5.5. Riyadh in the big with king 8. Riyadh can just see a flop here for 2.5 million more. I wouldn't hate this as a 3-bet fold. Thinking a little bit spicy and outside the box, but against Pepe here and with the short stack playing under 10 bigs, I think we just want to defend. Max says it's good enough to defend. I would use lower offsuit kings to 3-bet fold, like the king deuce to the king 6 off. I was about to say the king 8 and the king 9 are just going to be too good to be 3-betting, and we want our opponent to be a bit deeper. So, Mac, you've had some great points there this evening. Nice to have your input. More people we get chatting about hands in the chat, the better. Decides to let it go. I actually don't hate folding there. I don't mind folding king 5, king 3, king 4, and king deuce off. Anywhere up to king 7, king 8. Oh, we definitely want to be defending king 9 plus. Riyadh always trying to get a read on his opponent. That is why you see him take so long to make his decisions. He doesn't just... He's a mad genius. One of my favorite people to commentate on. I don't know what he's going to do next, and I love it. Got to keep the regs guessing. Valerio says bad fold. James says clock. Lines are going to go up again, folks. Max says, I think fold is good because, well, I was going to say I actually prefer to 3-bet than defend this one because Stefan is so short on chips, but King 9 plus, we definitely just want to be defending, and if we're not defending, we should be rejamming. Get rid of those lower ones. As I said earlier, you want people to fold hands that have, you want to unblock our opponent having hands with a deuce, 3, 4, or 5 in them. And Janet says no ICM. There's definitely some ICM. Big ICM. $20K jump between third and second, and over 12 grand jump between fourth and third. So big boy jumps around here. Oh, Apocalypse says thinks he means no need to tank for ICM. Yeah, sorry. Okay. There are some spots there if you're overwhelming chip leader. It's well within your constitutional rights to tank for a bit on certain decisions, because you're going to allow the blinds to go up quicker where you've got overwhelming advantage. But that wasn't one of them. Eric makes a 5.5 million on the button with Queen 10 of spades. Stefan stepping with 6-5 lets it go. Max says a few days ago saw Alex Foxen folding ace jack off three-handed versus a button jam when he had 8 bigs and big blind had 6. It's crazy what you're supposed to fold because of ICM. That's unbelievable. I think someone told me about that hand. I just haven't got around to watching anything live other than what we're watching at Kings, because I've been concentrating on watching the WSOP streams, of course. I can't get enough of Giraffe Ganger. Been watching Connor and Sven's channels, the Irish guys, big shout out to them. And obviously I'm not a cash expert, but I like to support my boy Alan. He's got a great new channel. If you want to check that out, it's Alan F Poker. But we've enough action going on at the King's Resort. So much stuff coming up. This is only the first weekend of 3 of the World Series of Poker circuit events. Then we've got the Wolf Million. Then we've got the Dutch Classics. And then we have nearly a month of World Series of Poker Europe. 15 events, 15 million guaranteed with 15 bracelets. Riyadh, Queen 10 of diamonds here in the small, 16 bigs. Just completes for 3 million more, and Eric with 8-5 off suit. check back from Eric with the 8-5. Flop is 9-7-5. Eric can bet or check here. I think betting is totally acceptable with a pair and a good shot straight draw. Bet like 3 million, goes for 3 million. Riyadh taking his time here with just queen high. Perhaps he is considering making a small check raise, but he's no hearts in his hand. I think he's just going to have to let this one go. That looks like raising chips. Raises to 8.5 million. And he gets Eric to fold a pair and a good shot straight draw. This guy's intuition is on point time and time again. Picking up on things that other players just simply aren't. When you know, you know. Riyadh 6 million on the button, and Eric normally could rejam this one, but with Stepan getting very short, probably just going to let it go. Just put it in the muck. Pepe probably doesn't even want to be defending here against Riyadh with Queen 8 offsuit when Stepan's blinds are about to hit him. Looks like he wants to see flop. 985 is the flop. For both players. Top pair for Riyadh. Riyadh betting 4.5. Pepe calls. This pot now 25 mil as we hit the turn. Turn is the jack of clubs. Turn goes check, check. The river is the three of spades. Pepe checks again. Riyadh now deciding whether he wants to go for tin value. Hard to get paid by worse. If we're going to bet, we don't need to bet too big, like 8.5 mil or something. Something less than 8 mil. $7.5 mil is the bet. Really like this sizing from Riyadh. Pepe calls him. That is the difference, folks. Riyadh getting additional value. He's just an animal. Brilliant stuff from Riyadh here. Now playing 72.5 million. As Chef says, spot on. There you have it. Added 41% to his stack in the last hand, eking out additional value on the river. Pepe shoving in the small blind with Jack 5 of clubs. Blinds have gone up. This level is really going to separate the men from the boys. 1.5 million small blind, 3 million big blind with a 3 million running big blind ante. That's 1.5, 3, 3. Pepe with a shove here for 12 bigs on the button. King Jack of spades. He's probably a bit irritated that he paid off Riyadh on the river, but I don't blame him. Once the flop goes check, check. Or the turn went check, check. And Riyadh wants to be re-jamming this one. I thought Pepe was just straight up jammed, but he's min-raised. And I understand that this is just going to be getting so dangerous for all three players here because Riyadh has all the chips. Riyadh with the reship. And now Pepe can't call off. I can't see the exact stacks of the other two players. But when he min-raised here, his intention seemed to be to min-raise fold. So now he's forced to let it go. And Riyadh now playing 80 million. This guy is a ticket. A step on the button here at 10-7 of hearts. I don't know if he can let that one go. It really is squeaky bum time. No one wants to bust before the other. It's Riyadh's table. Looks like he is going to give a walk. And Eric, okay, so Eric has close to 50 million, 47.2. Step and shoves. And Pepe can't call. It's another 9 million.
Okay.
Oh, Pepe calling. And he's going to have 45% equity, but I don't think he should have called there. It's too big of a portion of his stack. He does have 2 live cards, so won't be too disappointed to see that. It's almost a coin flip. 55% for Stepan's ace-4, 45% for Pepe's 7-6. Here's the flop. 7 in it for Pepe. Pepe. Stepan needing help. Turn is the 3 of clubs. 88% now for Pepe as we hit the river. River is the 10 of spades. Stepan has been eliminated. Pepe now with 44 million. Eric with almost 50 million. And Riyadh with the rest of the chips in play. Massive congrats for Stepan there, winning 29,800. He only had 8k in cashes lifetime on his hand and mob before tonight. This is what it's all about, folks. Making serious wads of cash for recreationals. Not saying he is not a recreational, but the majority of people haven't had scores like this before, which is just fantastic to see. An amazing result from a €250 buy-in. And now let's watch the magic of the Frenchman, because both players, Eric, someone's doing something. Eric and Pepe have almost identical chip stacks, so Riyadh can really just keep wham-bamming them if he really wants to. Chavi said it's a must call for 4 blinds, isn't it, even if you have 10? I just think in that exact situation for 4 bigs, I think we just let it go because it just hurts us so much. It's really close, like 2.5 or 3 blinds total we call before. It's essentially getting us to survive another orbit. Hi, my name is Slim Donkey. Nah, not according to ICM. Pepe was in the big blind, so there's no one to go behind him. And it was just basically 4 big blinds total. You could make an argument with the 6-7. We have the big blind anti-invested as well. It's just that we have less than 20 million in or around that, and it was 9 million to call. Or he's left with 15. He's to call 3 bigs to eliminate a player. I don't know how bad it is. I would prefer it if it was suited. Yeah, we've already got 2 big blinds out there. It is quite close. And we rate to have 2 live cards. Yes, Chavi, that's exactly it. At first I thought, I don't know about that call, but with the chance to eliminate a player with 2 big blinds invested and it's only 3 big blinds more, mightn't be the worst spot. And Eric raising to 6.5 mil here. Riyadh 3.5 million to call with his Jack 5 of diamonds. And 5 deuce is the flop. Riyadh flopping best. Eric with some backdoors to go with his ace high. Yeah, the more I think about it, Chavi, I feel like he's getting almost the right odds here. And yes, 7 off is better than a definitely suited. now 2 pair here on the river. And Eric missing out to just jam and take this one away from Riyad Pre. You do not want to be going post flop against this man, even if you're in position. And Riyad wins another one. Surprise, surprise. Eric down to 12 bigs. No one can stop this man. That was just a golden opportunity for Eric to take that down with a jam pre. There's no reason to be giving him to entice him to see a flop for just 3.5 million more. Lucas says deal. I don't think they're going to want a deal here in this sort of a situation. Riyad has them right where he wants them. There you have it, folks. Riyad 27 bigs, Pepe 17, and Eric with 12. One double up changes everything though. Riyad with almost half the chips in play. Pepe giving a walk with Jack 7. They're all afraid of Riyad now. Xavi asked how many days they played. A few anyway. About 4. Maybe even more. Depends how many day ones they had to play to get through to day 2. Day 2 was on Sunday. And this is the final day. Actually, day 2 was on Saturday, I think. Day 3 was Sunday, and today is the final day. Apocalypse says this is day 3. Yeah. They'll have had very long days and very long nights. Queen 8 offsuit for Riyad. Riyadh takes another one. Eric wants to be shoving this one. King 6 of hearts, three-handed, sub 10 bigs on the button. All players guaranteed a minimum of €42,000 and a 10 grand ticket. That's a raise. Raise to 6.5 mil. Pepe with an ace deuce doesn't like this because it looks like Eric is in his raise calling portion of his range. And that's why you're seeing it go in the muck. Yeah, but Queen 7 of spades, 3.5 million to call. Riyadh is eventually going to call here, giving it careful consideration. Eric checking back, missing a golden opportunity to try bet. And it's unlikely that he'd be checking back a ace. So I actually think Riyadh should go for it here. Put maximum amount of pressure on Eric. See how many outs Riyadh has. That's not one of them. 3 of clubs. Double pair board now with an ace. Riyadh does eventually shove. And now Eric faced with a really difficult decision here on a double pair board and an ace. Not beyond the realm of possibility that Riyadh could even have a flush here. An ace, probably just rejams pre. So it's unlikely he has an ace. It's very unlikely he has a 3 in his hand. It's very unlikely he has a 10. And he's talking to Eric here.
Because maybe I don't want to split. It's true. Why I jump? Why I push on it? Because maybe I don't want to split. Maybe we... No? Yeah, I think also.
I'm not sure what he's saying. I'm trying to hear.
Bravo.
If you would shake, I would shake behind because
Yeah, but
I play both. I play
yeah.
both.
No.
Question
Me
is,
too.
the question
I
is,
show you. Me too, I play the both.
I don't know if
What do
I
you
can
think
believe
I
you.
have?
I don't know if I can believe you.
I play the both. It's true.
Well, he's saying he's playing the board.
If I have something...
He's telling him to call. And this is for Eric's tournament life. You never really want to be... Now he wants time. He's called the floor.
If I call, I see the goal.
I play the board B2 also. I have queen eye.
Oh my God, he's trying to get Eric to fold. You never really want to be calling for your tournament life. Chopping at best. What a decision here for Eric. And when you're not used to being in this spot. Oh my God. And he's going to show another bluff. He is just a sicko. Running riot.
And sometimes it
You got a feel for Eric there. He's just outclassed by Riyadh. Riyadh getting him to do what he wanted him to do by playing a big speech game.
Life is difficult, bro. Life is difficult. I have family, you know. It's very difficult. I have family, I have friends.
And that is over 100 million chips.
Bro, it's a second bluff, you know. It's a second. Show me your hand. I think no. Please stay. Okay. Now? Okay, I show you. Okay? You need to show me later. Oh, sorry.
I really think Riyadh should have shoved the turn in that hand, by the way. With the flush draw and the flop going check, check. Riyadh could just shove here again. But goes for a raise. No, he goes for a limp. Pepe going to check his option here with 9-8 offsuit, and his 10-3 deuce is the flop. Riyadh, surprise, surprise, top pair. Pepe just wants, or Pepe is checked, so Riyadh just wants to bet like 3.5 million here. Bets 5 million. Guy knows how to win tournaments, that's for sure, says Apocalypse. Yes, indeed. Eric now with a mandatory shove for 4 big blinds with pocket fives. And he is all in. And Riyadh with 10-7 offsuit. He might just fold this one and keep the dynamic going. He's got them where he wants them. Doesn't want to double up Eric here. And it is just 10-7 offsuit. And this one is a little bit more than the last one. This is, well, it's very similar. There's only about a half a big blind in the difference.
Elle dit pourquoi je faute, tu vois, l'autre il a 4 dames, c'est lui qui reste, comme ça je vais lui prendre c'est un autre pour... Ah, je suis énorme, Justement, là, lui, il vient de jam, il a jam 4 dames, mais t'as vu, je préfère qu'il reste là, comme ça je vais...
Max says Riyadh should actually fold a lot here so he can apply pressure on Pepe. I think you were spot on. He's got both of them right where he wants them. They both have similar-ish stacks. Both playing 10 big blinds or less. Shoves Eric with 4 big blinds behind with King 7. Needs to be calling this one. Just going to be way ahead of Riyadh's shoving range. He's no pay jump to worry about here. He's by far the shortest stack. He's secured the ticket. He's got 6 pay jumps already for 5. Six pay jumps. There's only 3 remaining. He has to call here. He does call. Proctor says 80 buy-in pay jump between third and second. Yeah, it doesn't matter though when we're the last in chips and we only have 5 big blinds total. King 9 is the flop. Trips for Eric. Eric is shaking his head. He can't believe it. He's now going to be sitting back down with 38.4 million. What a moment here for Eric. He's clearly out of his depth here and has managed to get to third place in a 250 buy-in with over 100 grand for first. Incredible stuff. He will sit back down. Happy with 11 big, 7-5 of hearts in the small blind. Just wants to shove this one. Shoves it. We have it 9-8 off suit here in the small. Goes just complete, and Eric with 6-4 diamonds. To check his option. I think it would have been totally fine for Riyadh to just keep shoving these ones from the small. That's 3 million, and Eric now with an open ender. Backdoor diamonds also working for him. Does call. Turns 10 of clubs. And this is an interesting turn here for Riyadh. He just wants to bet. Riyadh does just decide to put on maximum pressure. I think this is totally fine. Thought he was going to try go for the triple barrel, but he's going to get it done in two here. I think Eric probably should have just jammed on the flop. It's fine to just call, but if we can take it down uncontested, it's probably better. And if we're called, we still have a lot of equity. Eric forced to let it go. Riyadh takes it down, playing close to 100 million again. Eric, Jack 9, 8 bigs. Just shove this one, Eric. Eric does shove. And Pepe has a calling hand, ace-8. Pepe has to call this one. And he does call. This could be it for Eric. He's got 45% equity though with Jack 9 of hearts. Pepe calls with the ace-8. Five, 5, 4 is the flop. Eric with loads of equity. Turn is a deuce of spades. Pepe now 67% equity as we hit the river. Eric needs to hit or he will be eliminated in third place. He cannot do it. It's the 6 of clubs. Massive congratulations to Eric, winning 42,400 euro and a 10 grand ticket. You should be chuffed to bits, buddy. All right, folks, just look at how amazing those graphics are in the background. It's all been happening under one roof. We're going to go on a 15-minute break and get this heads-up battle started for you. If you're not enjoying the show by now, I don't know what you're watching. This has been fascinating stuff. So entertaining, action-packed. We're going to put a ribbon on it. I'll see you all in a few moments.
big fan of all of these 5 players. Have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely.
He's not happy.
I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Hellmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes a call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, shoot, boy.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? He has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand. Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call, chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. D-Negs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do, blind v blind for that run out.
We like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was not going to give up.
I'll tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deeb, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deeb loved that turn. Do apologise, Pourquoi up to 2nd in chips, 36 bigs, 32% of all the chips in play.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
Eight of diamonds flashed. Sean Deeb snap mucking the Queen 8. Timothy Adams Gonna click call with the pocket fives. He is flipping.
Maybe this is what the
Chat, I will catch up with you after this hand.
some of the all-ins and
all-in and calls.
5 away.
I mean, it's big, pretty fast-paced.
From either being down to 4.
Like, as a spectacle.
What did you have?
Don't give him all, but don't fucking tell him.
Oh, wow. I mean, I had naked sixes. Like, sixes? The worst. I mean, the way my range plays is like the worst pair. And it's just like...
Yeah. Are they going to deal the turn?
I mean, it's just like a nasty spot.
Sure. That was such a lot.
Sweaty turn card. Open, looking for a 6, 8, 10, or a king to eliminate Timothy Adams. And it's the King of Hearts on the river. One of the best players in the world, Timothy Adams, fresh off of his 100K victory here just a couple of days ago, comes up short in bracelet event number 11, 5th place for 159,000 euros. Appreciate it, chat. Really do. You guys have been incredibly kind
9.6
throughout this series. Glad you're all enjoying the coverage. Once again, if you haven't already, please do hit that like button.
Before I bust, will you tell me if I was dead there?
Really helps us
To give Orphan?
spread the word and reach a wider audience. As Nicky B says, before I bust, will you please give me that info?
Yeah.
Sean Deeb, gonna look him up. 7-5 of diamonds.
Combination Nation.
Huh?
Combination Nation.
You sucked down on me in the same spot earlier, so I hope I revenge it.
I'll tell you another day. No, I can't tell you when I'm playing with open, right?
And Nicky P.
I feel like no matter what, I'm just dead anyway. I don't know if I'm supposed to call.
Has Deeb in rough shape, 4.4 in the middle. Oh no, 5-4-3. Deeb out flopping Nicky P. 6 would chop it. A deuce or an ace would win it for Nick Petrangelo. 1 to come, 8 clubs on the turn, changes nothing. Hand 126 here. Will we be down to 3? River card is the 8 of hearts. And Deeb eliminates Nick Petrangelo in 4th place, 220,000 euros for his efforts. One of the best players in the world, upswing coach. And now up to over 27 million in total live earnings. Sean Deeb, 2 away.
They come to you for advice now. How would they
from joining the 6-time bracelet winners club.
You're just used to being
Like 2.3?
2 million back.
Thanks.
Right? 4.6. 2,060,000 back. If you want it.
All in?
He does announce all in with the ace-6.
The card, and then I'll have to look at the other one.
See what D-Nex wakes up with.
That's probably coming. Let's see what the other one is. Why is it always ugly? Oh, never mind. That's plenty. Plenty good against this man. He goes only with 9-4-6. I saw him before. Huh? You saw him before. Okay, I'm all in.
D-Nex makes the call. Cards on their backs.
Oh, he has an ace? How do you get an ace?
Ben Heath.
Remember what we were saying about best hand? Let's have the worst hand win.
Came into this final table as chip leader.
Yeah, have a good hand. I shoved. Yeah.
Been a bit up and down if he can hold here.
He would have shot. He would fold ace-6 off for sure.
Yeah.
Play suited.
He will stop Daniel Negreanu right in his tracks on winning bracelet number 7.
Where's the spiel about the best hand winning now? That's what I reversed it. Like, let's forget all that.
To the flop, ladies and gentlemen, and it is a king in the window. Trip kings for Daniel Negreanu.
It's not over yet.
Hunting bracelet number 7 and in great shape.
Ben was
to get the double here needs to fade the running Broadway of running clubs, and Ben Heath is dead on the turn. Would you believe, chat, is history about to be made here in Rozvadov?
Got the defensive.
Daniel Negreanu doubles up to 20 big blinds.
People on stream were wondering why you're calling King 8.
Yeah, right? It's like,
we read the completely unrelated hand from the stone bubble.
All right, folks, we are back. Heads up battle has commenced. Pepe shoving on Riyadh. These two very even in chips here. Only a couple of bigs separating the two. Both players securing a minimum of €62,100. Blinds are 2 million and 4 million now, by the way, with a 4 million running big blind ante. Riyadh has a raise calling hand here with King Queen. Pepe completing with 6-4 off suit. Riyadh with the 8-3. Who have you got winning this heads-up battle? Or should I even ask the Action Army on Twitch? Very, very hard to root against Riyadh at this late stage, or at any stage of any tournament ever. Pepe's played well though. Don't know much about Pepe, but I have seen his name on a couple of boards before. Maybe we've seen him at a feature table once or twice as well. I expect we will be seeing a lot more of him now. Lucas says, good luck, Pepe. Riyadh on the button here with 9-3 off suit, and the decision is just going to complete. Ace King Jack is the flop. Pepe checking his option with 7-5. As Apocalypse says, feel like the popularity vote is with Pepe, but the common sense vote has to be Riyadh. Well, There's just a massive difference with the amount of experience and results Riyadh has had, and he's a little scallywag. He knows how to navigate his way to victory time and time again. Hard to vote against him in any scenario. But it's heads up. What do I always say? Anything can happen. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Riyadh taking it down. Happy with pocket sevens. And Ray's call this one. Decides to just complete. Riyadh taking his time here, as is tradition. I would expect him to just check his option here with 5-4 suited, but maybe he has different ideas. Riyadh raising to 16 million, and Pepe should just be shoving over the top here. An easy pickup for Pepe. Love this from Pepe. Well played. I would prefer for Riyadh to just check his option on this occasion and use a hand with a blocker in it if he's going to raise 4x from the big. I4 suited just going to play very well post flop, especially when we get a free look at the first 3 cards. Riyadh completes for 2 mil. Pepe checks his option. Ten, 9, 6. Flop goes check, check. Turn is the 8 of spades. Pepe now with a pair of 8s. Bet 4 million. Looks like Riyadh is going to raise this. Repping a 7 for Queen Jack. He has the Queen as a blocker. Riyadh takes that one down. Most players would just fold there, but not Riyadh. He is going to raise it to 9 mil. Probably thinks that if Pepe had a 7 in his hand, he would bet more than just one big blind, which is a pretty good observation. It looked more blockerish type sizing. 10 bigs here with the Queen 4 diamonds. Think we just jam this one if we're Pepe. We can raise it, of course. The days of just having to shove with 10 big blinds are gone, folks. Yeah, with Jack 9 of hearts here, could easily rejam. Definitely strong enough to do so, but he might just want to see a flop here for 6 mil. So Riyadh does call for the 6 mil. It looked like he really wanted to rejam that one. Decides against it. Pepe playing 33.5 million behind, which is good for 8.5 big blinds. Nine eight deuce is the flop. Hannah Disco is not impressed. Riyadh checks with top pair. Pepe checks back. Ace on the turn. Pepe betting 8.5 mil with the queen 4. Riyadh will just call. River is the 6 of clubs. Riyadh checks. Pepe betting 20 million here. Wasn't expecting this from Pepe. Riyadh can beat some busted spades. A pure bluff. I don't think Pepe has that much behind. He's trying to get a big read here on his opponent. I'm not sure what's going on. I can't see Pepe. That's 45 million in front of him. Pepe betting 20 million. I believe Pepe only had about 5 to 9 million behind. Something under 10 anyway. If you call the turn, yes, some straights complete on the river, but you have to remember the flop went check, check. I think once we call the turn, we have to call the river. We do block some straight draws we would want our opponent to have, holding the jack in our hand. It looks like he's going to give Pepe the benefit of the doubt here. Okay, there we can see 20 million is the bet, and he does have 29 million behind. I think with 60 million in the pot, just 20 million to call, we only need to be good 25% of the time. I also think it would be an insane gangster move here to jam all in to get our opponent to fold an ace. And Maulich makes a very good point there. If you bluff, you have to put all the stack in, I think. That's what I thought he did. I thought the graphics were incorrect, but it's not. We can see he actually does have 29 million behind. And remember, Pepe made a 10 million pre-flop. Check back the flop, bet the turn, and now bets 20 million on the river. And that is a huge call there by Riyadh, but it's the correct one. Does it again. Tweaker says he just tuned in and that guy Pepe busted him yesterday in day 2 of the tournament, and now Pepe going to be playing about 8 big blinds or less. 7. Riyadh with 35. Just not a very believable bluff there. It's not in line with your betting patterns. And it's a really bad river to bluff. It completes a lot of 2 pairs. It completes the straight draw. It's a card that we might just check back with an ace. And if we bet 20 million with 29 million behind, we're giving our opponent really good odds to call. Jack 10-5 is the flop. Second pair here for Riyadh. Happy now in the danger zone. 4 big blinds, shoves with the ace-4. Riyadh snapping him off. This could be it. I can't see what Riyadh is, but he called that quick. It must be beating ace-4. It's pocket eights, the snowman. This could be the last hand of the night. Dorian Melhurst there with Riyadh Farhat. Of course, it all makes sense now. Riyadh is 69% favorite here with pocket eights against Pepe's ace-4. Here we go. Ace 5-3 on the flop. Riyadh is about to double up Pepe to 47 mil. Turn is a 5. The river, it's not an 8. Pepe will sit back down. It's never easy to get over the finish line. 30 big blinds, now playing 11. Riyadh just wants to be shoving this one with the 10-8 of clubs. He could just complete. He could raise. Does move all in. And Pepe with King Queen of Diamonds. Oh my God, Pepe could have almost 100 million chips. Is 91.6 in the pot. Okay, about 10 million off, which is only about 2 big blinds at this late stage. Pepe 64% here to overtake Riyadh. Is there to be another twist in this tale? Riyadh 36% equity with the 10-8 of clubs. 10 on the flop, followed by an ace of diamonds and a 7 of spades. It's a 60-40. Turn is tripped for Riyadh. And now Pepe needing help on the river, or it is all over. River is the 8 of hearts. Riyadh Farhat. Get used to seeing that name. This is his 5th win at the King's Resort this year. I couldn't believe it when I seen his name earlier in such a massive field of over 3,000 entries. He's done it. That is your champion, folks. Massive commiserations there, but massive congratulations. Never mind the commiserations to second place. No Hendon Mob cashes before taking home 62,100 euro and a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. But Riyadh Farhat played out of his socks there. Yes, the deck hit him in the face, but he made some really creative bluffs and was amazing at navigating his way through that final table. Thoroughly enjoyed broadcasting this one to you guys. I want to say a massive thanks to Apocalypse and all the other moderators that have been helping over the last day or two. We want to let Riyadh Farhat enjoy his glory. He wins a ring, World Series of Poker Circuit ring. Top quality entertainment all around. I'll be back next weekend, and it's the deep stack, so that one is always great. There's so much intricate spots to talk about. Find us on all the usual social media platforms. If you want to buy yourself some merchandise so you can look like a king, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Now I'm going to say my goodbyes. I've been acting man Dan. Catch me if you can. Yes, Apocalypse, I see your message there. You can get my information off Johan. He has my number, my new number, and you can add me on WhatsApp or something like that. And if I hear any information of what streams are expected, I will let you know immediately. Surely we can figure this out. I'm going to take off. Chat yous later.